finish, if they finish last, they will actually have an impact on the group stage, or they could have.
And you've kind of touched on it already, but two teams will not make the gorgeous kill. They won't get a chance to be forced to watch from the stands and will not get to walk out to that adoring crowd and experience that confidence. With that said, though, for those of you that want to get involved, as we are here, you can do so on social media. These are the ways in which you can do so. One of the avenues I know Valve are big fans of is Twitter. All of your feedback thrown towards @Dota2 and the hashtag TI7 now. Time does fly. Outside of that, Facebook as well, just hit us with the /Dota2, nice and easy, and on Instagram for pictures of puppies. That's right, it's no secret. Dota2 TI is where you can go ahead and pick that one up. All of that, though, if you are watching, it's just nice and easy. Twitch.tv/Dota2TI. That is the URL you can throw at your friends, your mum, your pets, whoever. Tell them to come and join us as we're about to embark on another Dota 2 adventure. And I mean, talking about this adventure, we have to kind of show them the groups, boys. 2 groups of 9 is how this one's going to be going down, and already Pyket's kind of hinted at it as to how this is going to go down. You can see them behind us. I think the first question has to be, you know, is there a clear kind of toppled group? Is there one that you think looks harder than the other, Will?
I would say Group A has a lot of the favorites for me.
Okay.
2 out of the top 3 in my predictions would be EG and Liquid, who are both prominently featured in that group, as well as some really strong underdogs there. You've got TNC, who could really make a splash, Fnatic, who's very unpredictable, as well as LGD. I mean, this group just completely stands out for me.
No, I know, Pyket, your eyebrows may be raised there, because I think you were kind of confused by the way that the invited teams were split between the 2 groups.
Yeah, we had some talks about this. It's like there are 4 invited teams in Group B.
Yeah.
It's, is it OG, then there's Newbie, VP, and what's the last one? IG, right. So there's actually 4 invited teams in one group. So one could argue that you know, they have more invited teams, and that might be strange. But as it looks now, I think LGD looks pretty strong.
Yeah.
So I could see why they did this, but I don't necessarily feel that either group is stronger. It's really difficult to tell like in advance. I feel like those teams, this LGD and like VP and who else is it? Newbie. You don't really know how they're gonna do. I mean, VP are kind of, a lot of people think they're gonna do really well, but then, you know, it's TI and
it is TI.
Anything can really happen.
Where do you stand on that discussion, Quinn, in terms of like, you know, how much do you think the results leading up to TI are gonna have, you know, an impact on not only your judgment but also player performance?
I think results, they matter, but you don't want to be too in the spotlight, right? Like sort of the example everyone uses is OG last year, you know, just absolutely dominant, and they come in and, you know, have a pretty underwhelming, you know, performance. So I think it's about like staying flexible, like being able to like mix things up, you know, while you're winning, like continue to adapt even while having success, because whenever you're winning, it's very hard to change your play style or, you know, adapt, because you're like, oh, we're winning. You know, what we have is currently good. Other teams are the ones in the hot seat, but you can't just, you know, stay stagnant even while you're winning, because teams will catch up. They'll figure you out. It's a long event.
I mean, we are talking kind of, you've hinted at them already, a team, OG, a team that have never had major issues, pun absolutely intended, but haven't managed to get that Aegis. I mean, what do you make of OG? I mean, is this the chance for them? Is this kind of all or nothing now, Will, for OG?
I don't think so, but I think this year they have a bit of a better chance than they did last year. I feel like last year there was a lot more of a spotlight on them, and I feel like that scares a lot of teams. When it's one of your first internationals, especially with, they had Miracle playing his first TI.
Yeah.
Throughout the year, he was shining, dimmed out a little bit at the main event, but you know, you get some experience under your belt, you understand more about your team, you have a better idea of how you want to approach things. I think it helps.
Yeah, I actually semi-jokingly talked to Matt about the coach of OG, like last year before TI, when we were at the major, Manila major, was it? That was the one before. And I said that, you know, it's like winning this event, and then they also had won the ESL Frankfurt one. Yeah. It's like, that's scary to do right before a TI. Just you win those events. I think it is. It's like when you win these last events leading up to TI, I feel like it puts you in a state, like, first of all, like you said, people are going to look at you a lot. Everyone's going to target you. Everyone's going to think, this is the team to beat. How do we figure these guys out? And also, you get into this, if you end up feeling like, well, we're really good right now, you know? Yeah. If you feel too confident, then things might not go your way.
I just want to kind of explore this just for a moment now, Quinn, with you. in terms of teams looking at you? Surely, when this is the tournament every year, everyone wanting to go ahead and make that life-changing money, and of course all that pride and prestige, surely they're looking at everyone.
Yeah, I think, teams you definitely prepare for everyone, but it's, you know what heroes people are generally going to pick, their openers, things like that, but it's hard to, have stuff prepped like for the heroes you're going to pick against certain teams or how you want to play against their play style. You can do that for a few teams, at the start, your maybe first couple of matches, and as the event, you prep for the teams, the main stage that you're going to play. But going into the group stage, some of these lesser-known teams, it's hard to figure out a play style you want against theirs. So necessarily some of their heroes, but you don't really know their play style super well a lot of times.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll talk about lesser-known teams in a moment, but I think just let's kind of get some real concrete discussion surrounding, the invited, or at least the favorites in everyone's eyes. I know a lot of people are discussing Liquid and getting to see kind of Kuroki guide his mentor to lifting that trophy. I mean, looking at you now, Pycat, do you think that this is their chance?
Well, the garbage man, he could definitely do it this year. The one thing that speaks against it is that they just won the DreamHack tournament, like I said.
Yeah.
But I actually do. I've heard some inside information about Liquid. We're apparently doing really well right now, and I think that they are definitely one of the top 3, like in my book, to go really far.
How would you describe, Quinn, how would you describe Liquid to someone that hadn't seen too much of their style of play? I know everyone just seems to regard them as a bunch of incredibly talented, humble individuals.
Yeah, I think the team, sort of their concept is Kuroki, a very old school, very knowledgeable player about Dota with, like you said, 4 younger players, super talented, and all willing to learn, willing to follow his, his captaining, which is what a lot of times is the optimal setup. You want, 1 or 2 voices, people with strong opinions, and you follow those ideas about Dota. It's like a very good way to play the game. You don't have, too many cooks in the kitchen.
Well, I mean, we have a kind of a cook who's no stranger to the kitchen next to you. I saw you were nodding when you was discussing the fact of having 1, if not 2 voices. The rest are kind of willing to be molded, willing to kind of take someone else's ideas surrounding the game. Will, do you think that's the optimum setup? If we look at towards OG, you've got the kind of the backbones of Fly, No-Tail, Mad as well. Those are the voices filling the team.
Yeah, for sure. And the key here is that you just have this strong presence in your captain. You have a guy like Fly who's been around. He's just a strong leader. You respect everything that he says. Kuro, in that regard, last year, I remember how it was. It was these guys looked to him for strength when they were nervous, and they were nervous last year. That was our issue. Is he came into this tournament a little bit scared as well. But this year, I think for the most part, they've gotten over that.
Yeah, and of course, I'd be foolish not to mention the likes of EG. We haven't spoken too much about them and what they're going to be up to in this one. Quinn, I mean, everyone is expecting big things. Getting to see, cool, calm, collected. Damn it, wasn't necessarily meant this time. But of course, getting to see Sumail doing his thing again on that stage. And what do you make of them?
Yeah, I think Sumail in particular, he's a player that people sort of wonder why is his MMR so low and things like that. But you look at his performance in these big tournaments, and he always shows up. He's a player that never really falls flat on, whenever the spotlight is on him, he always shines in it. He always does super well. The rest of EG, obviously very accomplished, very respected players. And like you said, I think they are expected to do very well. And it's a team that they're all, sort of friends. It is sort of, that similar setup of, they have, Crit that has, strong ideas about Dota, and they sort of follow that. But I think they're a team that has a lot of camaraderie, more than maybe other teams. They all just sort of they're the boys.
The boys. What's your read on EG, Pycat? This is a team that I think consistent is a word that's going to be thrown around an awful lot. Even undergoing roster changes, they seem to come out head above water.
Well, I think EG are probably one of the teams with the highest skill cap, one of the highest individually skilled teams. One could argue it's them, I guess, Liquid, and to some extent VP. I don't know if you guys agree on that, but I think so. And my only question is if this camaraderie thing is going to work out in the end, because it can be tough. I feel like if you don't have this strong leader, we have seen them. There were a few tournaments this year where they kind of didn't do as well as people would have thought. So my question is if they're gonna have, are they gonna have everything figured out for this TI? Like, do they know what they're doing this TI? Do they know who to follow if things go south? Like, what are they gonna do? If they start losing games in, I don't know, group stage, if they end up in some lower bracket, will they feel calm still, or will they kind of will that be a problem for them?
I mean, what do we make, just final question surrounding EG, what do we make of this, their leniency towards playing more Chinese Dota tournaments than perhaps other Western opportunities? I mean, what do we think about that? Is that them acknowledging they think that Chinese Dota is more challenging? Well,
I think for the most part, when I asked them about that, because that was something I brought up, I was like, it seems like you guys go
you did actually ask
abroad a lot, and they just said that they like the environment. It's a little bit of a switch. If you just play in your region, you don't really get to experience the flavor of other ones.
Sure.
And that was part of the problem with previous teams, where you would just stay in your region, you'd only get to experience that. But I think, especially with Wings coming to America last year to exclusively play the NA scene, they kind of got the best of both worlds. They were prepared in that way.
We know it worked out for them as well.
Excellent.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we won't get to see them. We won't get to see Wings have a chance to defend their title. It's not one of the first times we haven't had that returning champion to try and keep the Aegis under their control. Now, we did talk a little bit about VP. And I think this is a team that a lot of people were very excited about. My first foray into Dota was, of course, Boston. Everyone was on that VP hype train. Pycat, do they still play the CIS Dota? Are they up in your face, quick start, snowballing the game out of control? Is that still the VP that we expect to see at TI?
I think their style of CIS Dota is a more refined one. I think the old CIS Dota was kind of, you actually just ran at people and you kind of threw bodies and you traded kills like there's no tomorrow.
Sure.
But these guys, they have it's a more strategic approach where they actually, they're fine with, they get a few kills, they get a little bit ahead, because VP always want to be ahead from lane stage. They want to win at least 2 lanes, and then they just want to keep pressuring you. They get a little bit ahead, and then they keep pushing that advantage. Little by little, they kind of choke you out, you know? That's how they play. They like staying ahead, and they like to kind of slowly just make the game tougher and tougher for you, and use the advantage they get in the early game to kind of close out the game. So the idea is kind of similar, it's just that they don't, they have a much higher level of execution, which leads to them being able to win many of these games.
Now, Blitz, of course, when you're sitting with the coaching hat on, I'm sure you're familiar with a lot of that Virtus Pro style. What is the kryptonite to that? What is something that you've identified that is, if you were looking for the Achilles heel of that style of play, is that something that you managed to identify?
Yeah, when we played them at, I think it was Genting, ESL Genting.
Okay.
We knocked them out in the semifinals, and what we realized about this team is you have to be extremely patient and calm. Like, these guys, sometimes they will overdo it. They're going to run at you a little bit too hard.
Sure.
They'll forget. And when we picked heavy team fight and we just kept calm and we realized, like, okay, they can't take fights anymore. They really fall off. At the same time, though, like Pycat said, sometimes they can just overrun you. And I feel like their style for TI is perfectly suited, because a lot of these teams are going to feel this pressure. You get behind a few kills, you start to forget some of your basics, and you just start to panic.
Yeah. And that is a big question. In fact, I mean, let's just start with you then, Pycat. Do you play differently at TI? That's the big question.
Yes.
100%.
You definitely do. I think it's always been like that. It always goes back to, I mean, back in the days, we used to see when people went to TI, everyone started picking Morphling and Anti-Mage. Everyone started picking Tidehunter, Enigma, all these heroes that kind of win you the game one way or another. Enigma with the BKB, Tide Ravages, this late game Anti-Mage Morphling. It's like when people play at this tournament, you tend to go towards the more safer things. And this was, when I was coaching DC last year, this was one thing that we actually managed to use to our advantage, and which I think led to us going far, was that we got to a point where we were kind of happy as a team. Everyone was trying to play to win. And when you actually play to win instead of going for these defensive heroes, when people are playing just not to lose, you become more scary as a team when you can actually play to win in a tournament like this. When you let go of your thoughts, when you stop thinking about that it's TI, when you actually just play Dota, then you can play at a very different level, I think.
Oh, now that's very interesting. So you're almost expecting everyone else to play different in TI. You're forcing yourself to play kind of as similar as possible, if not more aggressive.
Yeah,
Is that
exactly.
something you've considered there, Quinn, that like players are going to play differently and that's just accepted across the board, that people are going to have some fear in them?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think it's the biggest stage in Dota, and it's sort of a example is people almost never GG out in TI games. They'll wait until the throne dies. They'll play until the very last, even if it's basically a hopeless game. I think sort of back to VP. I think one of the things about them that we always sort of think of Russian Dota in this very run at you style. They're very aggressive all the time, and I think they do play that style. But I think something that VP have shown at the Summit especially, was that they're not just constricted to that play style. They can do a lot of other things. They play a lot of different heroes. And I think going into this event, maybe not, they're doing a similar thing, not to that caliber as they did to Summit, where they just never pick the same hero. But I think from what I've heard, they're playing heroes. They're coming into drafts with, pre-decided heroes almost.
Okay.
Pre-formed drafts. They use very little reserve time, and they sort of have an idea of how they want to play the game before they go into it. So I think like VP is very confident going into this tournament. I think just as a team, as players, they're super confident, and maybe the cockiest team.
And they do fit the profile that we outlined earlier, right? Surrounding like a kind of solo, that voice, and having the young blood such as No One and Ramsey's just kind of running around and playing some really, really good Dota. Let's head over to the Chinese region for a second then, because Newbie was a name that was thrown around and we haven't really explored too much. But for those that are unfamiliar with Newbie, Will, how would you set the scene? How would you, in that team huddle, say, this is what we have to expect from Newbie?
They're incredibly stable. We played them right before the TI qualifiers at Galaxy Battle.
Okay.
We played them in 2 different series, and all I realized is this is the most patient team alive.
Define.
So to get into some Dota here, the way that we would play is we would shove in the lanes and we try to get as much map control as possible.
Sure.
And oftentimes what ends up happening in the response is a team will panic and they'll try to break out of their base. They'll take a sloppy smoke or a fight, and then we would just capitalize. The game would be over. We'd run them over. With Newbie, we would get like a 10K lead. They would never leave their base. They were just stuck in there. They didn't care what was going on. They didn't care that they were behind. They realized these guys eventually are going to make a mistake. Let's just wait for them to kind of impale themselves.
And did you make a mistake?
Several times. We got 3-0'd in that series real bad. But in each of those games, we were up 10K.
Yeah.
I was thinking to myself as a coach, you see 10K, that's the magic number. You think to yourself, the game's over.
Right.
Nope. Newbie, they're going to sit in their base. They're going to be patient, more patient than anyone we met at that tournament.
And you just said that people don't GG out, right? So Newbie are going to be playing to the bittersweet end.
Yeah, for sure. I think, Newbie, even if you look at their statistics, sort of like Blitz said about the patient, they're a team that takes towers. A lot of teams, you'll see them try and take the mid tower, take the enemy safe lane tower very quickly and very close to each other. Newbie's tower taking times are so much later than everyone else's. Their first tower falls, sometimes even close to the 20-minute mark. They're very, very patient, and they really do. They capitalize on other people's mistakes. They're very farm, just a chill team.
So if it's not towers, what is their early game priority? Just farm and survivability?
It really is just a lot of farming and a lot of prioritizing on enemy mistakes, and looking for plays if they have the opportunity. Right. But they're not a very fast team.
So long story short, from what I'm gathering from the couch, is that Newbie are going to try and exploit your mistakes, and they will wait for you to make a mistake for however long it takes. Everyone's going to be making mistakes on that stage. Though,
well,
right?
in China, they have, when I went to China to play there with LGD Int, the Chinese, one of the first things they said is that if you can't go high ground, then your advantage is false. And that's kind of how they approached it. I mean, back then, people were talking about the Chinese wall. You couldn't push high ground against Chinese teams. And with some Chinese teams, it still is true. I mean, they have faith on the team, and he's the one. I mean, he won TI2, so he's one of the kind of old school Chinese players. So I think there's that mentality still there. You can see that he also has adapted a lot, and I think he's a very intelligent drafter and the captain. And you can see that he's incorporated a lot of new things.
Yeah.
But you can see that it still holds some truth to it. The idea about the Chinese Dota.
I don't know what you've done, but Will's just kind of, you're in thought.
That was so cool.
You like that?
That idea, if you can't go high ground,
then your advantage is false.
That's so cool.
You're going to get that tattooed on your arm, right? You're going to come back day 3. He's going to have like...
But I think we should talk a bit about the 2 LGD teams.
Yes, it'd be foolish not to.
It's very impressive that both of them have looked really strong leading up to this event. We've seen them, I mean, in these recent kind of events, they've both been doing very well, right? They haven't participated in too many events together, but I mean, at least not away from China. But they've been doing well. I mean, I've seen them both place high in many of these recent events, and I also think it's very funny. We have Yao and DDC on 2 different teams. They used to be teammates. Yao used to play a different position, but DDC, he's been around for a really long time, and both of those guys, they used to play together, now playing against each other all the time, but doing really well and carrying the LGD banner. I'm happy for those guys.
I think it's the question I asked you guys over breakfast was which one is better. I always find it interesting when you do have those partner teams. But I mean, Did you have the answer? Did you have the one at the tip of the tongue? You can see the games behind us.
LGD.
We will get to see LGD. And we'll get to see LGD today on the first stream. That's right. So if you look behind us, the first 4 games, it does also tell you that there is going to be 4 streams. So you better go ahead and buy a couple of extra monitors so you can keep track of everything that's going to be going down. But we will be starting on our first stream, EG TNC. We'll be talking about that in just a moment. You get to see Liquid's debut versus IG. You get LGD versus Fnatic, and you get Team Secret versus Empire. Now, did anyone receive word whether we did get Chappie here? Did he make it in time?
No.
He's not, so we have
resolutions.
So there's some excitement. I know you don't look particularly excited, Will. He's going back to his roots, at least in an organization.
I'm super happy for him.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Any opportunity to play TI, he works so hard this year.
Yeah.
He deserves this, absolutely.
So Resolution will be playing. We'll get to see Chappie eventually in the Empire roster, but still, they'll be playing versus Team Secret. Out of the 4, we are going to be focusing on EGTNC, but out of the other 3, is there anyone that particularly jumps out off your screen, Quinn? Which one would you be most excited for?
I think LGD Fnatic. I think.
Why is that?
If there's a team with Q on it, you always sort of want to look at the team and and see how they do, because the teams with him on it, that very super aggressive playstyle, can be very hit or miss. And I think it's a team that a lot of teams are sort of keeping their eye on, like how they're going to be doing, because if they are on fire, then you have to watch out for this team because they play very fast. It can be very unexpected to just suddenly have just dozens of heroes in your lane.
Yeah.
And it's a team you have to prep for, you have to be ready for. So I think people in general are going to be watching to see how that team does.
Okay, let's keep your eyes on them. Is there anything to add to the pile, Will? I mean, I'm guessing your eyes are going to be watching that Empire game, right? So you just want to see what Rezo is up to?
Yeah, I mean, these are all 4 of these games I've got kind of a stake in. Fnatic, we used to play against QO and Febby back in Korea. And my earliest memory of QO was actually him yelling at his, like, the first team that he was on. He's like, "You need to fight with me." He's just like screaming at them in Korean, and you realize like this is how this guy thinks. He just wants to fight. He does not care about objectives. He's just like, kill people, make them scared. He's like literally screaming at the top of his lungs. He's like, "You need to kill people with me." And I was like, wow, this guy's something else.
He's a brawler.
Yeah, it's just kind of always how he's been. That's why this is the key characteristic of every team that he plays on, because he's such a centerpiece.
Well, I mean, at the centerpiece of our stream 1, which is going to be EGTNC, is where we're going to turn our attention now. This is where I can kind of pick your brains. I know that I was going to be asking you for a brainstorming session, Will, just beforehand. Just yesterday, I was like, TNC, fill me in. And you said there's a lot to be discussed surrounding these two as they're about to clash.
Yeah, TNC especially is probably one of the more kill-heavy teams. We talk about teams that favor objectives, but for me, when we played against them, it just felt like they were going for kills nonstop. They were one of the few teams that ran Ember Spirit and Phantom Lancer still. And these heroes, they can't really go high ground. All they do is kill you nonstop around the map. You can't even take Roshan. Like, these aren't easy objectives. So they're a kind of team that snowballs really hard, and I feel like TI, it'll suit their kind of meta.
Is there anything to add to the TNC pile?
Well, I just wanted to just quickly say that for me, at least, it's IG Liquid. I think,
sorry, I didn't get to ask you.
Yeah,
right.
just because I feel like that's a matchup between 2 really strong teams that I expect to go quite far in this tournament. With that said, I think that the TNC EG, it's going to be interesting. I think there are 2 very good carry players in this game. Both Raven and Arteezy are some very highly, focused on GPM, and they're very kind of carry-esque kind of carry players, the traditional. Although recently we have seen Artur take kind of a step back and play more of a position 2 and let Sumail carry, and it's worked out really well for them. And I think that's a very big step for him to kind of take a step back. Yeah. He's kind of taken the approach more that Fear used to have a little bit more, and kind of let Sumail do the carrying most of the part. And I think that's kudos to him.
What is the general consensus surrounding this? Is Arteezy kind of the front runner of this? Carries starting to have to do less, kind of out of the limelight switch that we're seeing from Dota at the moment?
I'd say Matama Man is probably the first one to like make that very big switch from like not playing these carry heroes to playing the heroes that kind of just sit there, that do their thing.
Wouldn't say No-Tail though.
High impact on the game. That's true.
Yeah.
I feel like he's at least for me the one that comes to mind the most, because he's always been this guy. Even you see his Terrorblade, he's like level 5, he takes a mid tower. It's like, I don't know, I never saw anyone else do that. Yeah. He rotates on the map. And we saw them play carry Visage and stuff too.
I think some people are just kind of, when you see Arteezy just sitting in the safe lane with a Venomancer, and you're kind of like, what's going on here? Who is this guy?
The weird part is he was the one that originally introduced the carry role to the mid lane. And so for him to have to take that step back, completely reverse himself. I know the first iteration when he was with EG during the Frankfurt Major, something he was telling me something felt off. And I think it was because they were both vying to carry this team. But now after talking to him at the most recent major, it seems like he has a better understanding of how that dynamic is supposed to work between the two of them.
And I mean, in terms of how these guys are going to face off, EG clear favorites in everyone's mind here. Is that right?
I don't know.
Look, see, eyebrows just immediately dark. Let's explain your thought process just then, Quinn.
I don't know about clear favorites. I don't think you can even say favorites for this tournament. I think one of the coolest things about this TI is how close a lot of these teams are.
He meant for the matchup.
I meant in the matchup, but I mean.
Oh, you meant in the matchup?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. In the matchup, yeah, I think definitely the clear favorites. We sort of talked about TNC potentially being a dark horse. So, you sort of have to see how they turn up. They did, very, very well against the teams in their region, against these C teams, and have done, quite well at, larger events. Have taken games off of Liquid at Star Ladder, and in general is just a very solid team. But I think EG's playstyle does quite well against them. So, we'll have to see.
And EG's playstyle starts in the draft. Now, of course, we're not going to be going through the draft here on this pre-show, but in terms of expectations for that, have EG going to kind of copy and paste how they've been playing up until TI here? Are they going to be keeping some of the aces up their sleeves for now, do you think, Pycat? You're going to be seeing more puck on Sumail or flex pick puck? What else are we going to expect to see?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of stick to at least some of those heroes. I don't know, some puck and sanking and stuff. Sure. But it is TI, and many teams like to have a number of different kind of strategies set and going into TI, so you can switch things up if you want to do so.
Okay, and with all of that said, I think it is actually almost time for us to say our goodbyes. The game is still getting ready, so I'm just going to get final thoughts and predictions from you handsome gentlemen as we have kicked off our very first day of TI. So, Will, EG, TNC, give me a team name and your final thoughts, scene set of this game.
I will say that TNC surprises.
Ooh, okay.
I think that EG are known as slow starters. I feel like this is going to kind of bite them here. I feel like TNC, very motivated. I think their kill-heavy playstyle is going to lend them very well here. I think EG will bounce back later on, but I think in this first series, I'll say TNC.
What do you make of that, Quinn?
I think there is some credence to that, but I also think the way EG have been playing more recently, this faster style, these heroes like Venomancer that are very hard to run into, and I think that's going to end up, TNC is just going to have a hard time playing their game. So I also think EG is just, on paper, the better team, so I'll go with EG.
Okay. So what do you reckon, the slow starter idea, is this something that's still applicable to EG?
I do think Will has a point in it for sure. We've always seen EG as one of those kind of slow starter teams.
Start warming up.
They, they need a couple of warm-up games. They never really do that well in their first games of a tournament. That said, I do think that when it comes TNC versus EG, I feel like TNC should have a difficulty closing out the game against EG. And so I'm still going to side with EG.
Okay, well, it sounds like the players are still getting into the lobby, so it does mean that we have a little bit more time to kind of, cover the other matchups, because I feel like I don't want to, completely blow their ears off. The casters, of course, will be talking all about EG and TNC when they do get into that one. But so outside of that, I know that the opening matchup that caught your eye was the Team Liquid matchup, and I find the Team Liquid concept, Masters of Epicenter was where I got to see them play their Dota most recently, but it's a very intriguing approach they seem to have to Dota. Are we still going to see Matumba Man's Lone Druid, is my first question to you, because that was fun.
I would definitely not be surprised if we saw a Lone Druid from Matumba Man. I think he's going to play that at least a couple times. I'm also looking forward to the Matumba Man Lycan, obviously. I talked a bit to him, and he was ready to go with the, with the Sting. Yeah, he's ready, I think. But yeah, I think it's a very interesting matchup. It's Kuro versus Q. It's OP versus, I guess, Miracle, and we have Burning versus Matumba Man. I think they're kind of different teams. We've also recently seen, I feel at least, Liquid have also kind of been more lenient towards having Miracle do more of the heavy lifting in terms of carry. Matumba Man has become a bit more of a playmaker, whereas Burning, he's still been a lot on the traditional hard carries, although we did see him, I remember a couple tournaments back, he was playing this Venge with Pipe and Hood, Pipe and Solar and stuff. So we're seeing a lot of these carry players transition to it, but I just feel like the player matchups in this game is it's very interesting.
And that's going to be going on stream 2. Now, it does sound like the players are ready for our stream 1 game, and that means that EGTNC is coming up. A big thank you to our guests. You'll be seeing us in the evening as well. We're going to wrap it up, put a bow on it, and talk you through what you missed in the day if you couldn't catch all of them with your 4 eyes necessary to catch it all. But the groups are off. TI7 is kicking off, and your first game here on your first stream is going to be EG taking on TNC. Let's jump in with your casters and kick things off.
From a beautiful panel to a beautiful casting pair. I'm Toby1, joined by the most miraculous Cinderin, as we're going into the International 2017 Day 1 Stream A Game 1.
Yeah, this is a great match to kick everything off. Very excited to see both these teams. I think, in my mind, 2 teams that have a chance to go very far, so I love it. As the panel was talking about, they seemed a little bit uncertain who, or at least divided as to who the favorites were. I believe Blitz, who favored TNC in this particular matchup, and kind of the rest was a bit more on the E train. I think they hit the nail on the head though with the playstyle we're going to see. Maybe a bit faster than early on, and EG generally as a team seem to be fairly slow at getting into tournaments. That's something we should never forget. The classic lower bracket team that has a slow start against TNC generally does well in the beginning. So. See what form they're in here from the beginning.
Yep. I'm wondering if EG do actually bring that kind of form. TNC for me, like when I was going through the list of teams who, you had that list of who is going to create an upset, who is going to be that team which you don't know if they're going to win or not. TNC is one of those ones that flagged up. You will have to remember the run that the brand had last year. Obviously, it was a slightly different team, but now being led by 1437 with Kips behind the scenes as well, and everyone in TNC just playing beautiful and synergized Dota. They are definitely up there as one of those teams. I'm not surprised that Blitz would back them to really give EG a run for their money.
Yeah. I do believe this is 4 out of the 5 same player T team, isn't it? 3.
The only one you changed was Jimmy.
Was it? That's what I can't remember if Tims was playing in the iteration last year, or if Tims is new as well compared to 1 year ago. But I'm pretty sure Cuckoo, Raven, and Ansem H were definitely on the TI6 team.
Well, we'll double check it and get back to you.
Yeah, we'll double check it.
Well.
So anyway, let's talk a little bit about the picks now. So
yes.
We're a little bit into the draft now. Not too surprising as far as bans go. This is the type of bans that you will generally see against a team. A very stun-heavy team, especially their offlane player Sam H is a very renowned Sand King player, for example, which is not really that good in the offlane right now, in my opinion. But he has been exceptional on that hero. A hero like Bat Rider is perfect for him. That's the one they're going to end up grabbing here in the first phase. And as far as EG goes, you generally don't want to give them IO. And Shaker right now is a top tier pick and ban. I think we're going to see this hero banned a lot just as a meta ban rather than a targeted ban toward the team. Shaker is just a... Guess what? G will just go for their classic first pick Puck that they've run recently.
Just so classic to have that Oracle come in the second though?
It's a Bad Rider counter, I think mainly. EG want to keep their options open, but as far as the cores go, and then they just pick a support that seems to have good flexibility against the opponent. Picking that into Bat Rider is nice. The problem for Oracle, however, is that this hero is very positioning dependent, and you can be caught out by both Bat Rider and Night Stalker. They're going to be playing at a vision deficit almost guaranteed when you look at this draft. So that's something EG kind of have to solve, either by getting scouting heroes such as a Lycan type hero, find heroes, or having a lineup that is so, how to put it, that I don't want to say deathball, but that it's very grouped up together, so it's much harder for Bat Rider to find picks.
Well, the Death Ball maybe actually be the way to go. Like, when you talk about Oracle pickups, normally you talk about the hero he's going to work with. Like, is it just meant to be saving the Bat Rider, or is he meant to enable the other possible hero? This could be a Universe Puck. Do we look at other options now for Samael to run in that mid lane?
There's a couple of key heroes, I think, that you need to keep in mind when Oracle is picked. One of them is Huskar. He's gone.
Fourth ban from TNC.
Good choice. Oracle generally makes me think of heroes, you know, that regenerate somehow, so you get a lot out of False Promise. A hero like Alchemist could still be an option for... It is...
There were some people actually tossing Alchemist around, wondering if he would actually appear in this tournament.
You're always going to see Alchemist in big tournaments. That's always going to be... So, the way I look at it is that in these tournaments, there's going to be different paced games based on matchups and based on how much information the teams have about each other. And if the game slows down just a bit, Alchemist gets a lot better as a pick. But maybe this early on, it's not time yet. pull out that kind of pick. But we know Sumail plays a really good Alchemist, and EG haven't been afraid of playing it recently. I think they're one of the only teams actually in the last 2 months.
Lyrical joined as well by my main man Merlini. How you doing? You excited for this matchup?
I can't remember who the
should be
opponent
$1 billion
was, but I remember
kills and a
Sumail
half.
just getting
We hope
completely
so.
out of control.
Did you have them in your most kills?
I did. I had him in my
What else is
most
a classic
kills.
Oracle
I think
pairing?
at certain
Death
points I might have
Prophet
also
would be
had him in my most
Death
deaths.
Prophet, yeah. Very good choice
Kind
for
of just
Sumail.
that style of play that Fnatic has. I'll certainly start off right here with the classic. It's going to be the Earth Spirit. Kind of curious if it is going to be DJ playing it as well, since known for that hero for sure. Made that transition over towards more of the 5 role, but yeah, a lot of aggression coming out. Teamfight also from LGD. Good old nature.
Is not very good, but his play on this hero extremely good, and probably one of the heroes that as an offlaner. These SEA offlaners are not too well known in the Western scene, but Ohio probably one of the most well known, at least throughout the ages.
Yeah, I think also like that True Sight documentary got a little bit of a look into him and the way that he plays the game, at least slightly, or approaches it, and I think they gave him a lot of fame for that, and also obviously his play as well. And I think that when they've been playing this a lot, it fits that style of aggression that we've been sort of alluding to. LGD plays a little bit differently, I think, and if you take a look at like this style right here, it can be very teamfight oriented. Maybe of course a really potent mid laner. We've seen some Ancient Apparition mid, although it feels like it's kind of a weird first phase overall. Don't you think?
Ancient Apparition, not so much. You see it all the time now. I think especially combo with Void, if you can get that in 1-2, it's pretty easy. So we already see, when you see Ancient Apparition, you immediately think team fight. When we see Faces Void, you immediately think even more team fight. So that's what LGD are clearly aiming for in the first phase. And then normally to tackle that, you either drop more team fight, like Tidehunter, Death Prophet, these heroes, or you want to play in such a way that you can actually play around the long cooldowns, Faces Void, Chronosphere, most importantly. Like a lot of teams are very reluctant to fight around that. And you always want to put LGD in that position. Are you guys going to tower or fight without Chrono? That's always what you're trying to do. And Nature's Prophet accentuates that part of Fnatic's lineup.
Well, like you look at these heroes too, so mobile with Earth Spirit and Nature's Prophet that even if they do end up winning a big team fight, like how many times have we seen the old MVP Phoenix come back and then just immediately go at them again? They know that no matter what, even if they lose that team fight, they can probably try and take another round. I think that's why you see the Shadow Shaman band out here as well, one of those heroes that can help them to take the towers without having to commit it, since we know that Kiwo likes those melee cores, which aren't really known for like great tower hitting, more for that fighting that we've been talking about.
Yeah, that's why you want it out of your 3 position in the MP, so that's always pretty nice for them.
Oh, and a Victoria, I'm assuming here. I mean, it could be in the position as well, but this is a hero that is definitely risen in ranks, and I think it's because of some of the falling off of the prevalence of Earth Spirit and Monkey King as roaming positions, and he's just so strong early on, isn't he?
He's amazing. He also gives a much needed catch. I think they do need a little bit more catch, especially when you're dealing with Nature's Prophet, highlighting with split pushing and taking down towers early, and Tusk needs to be able to keep this hero down, or else he will bounce out top of network. Very common for this offlane hero.
Well, it's sort of a mentality position also. It is the first game of TI group stages. You're taking a look at it, you know what you're kind of going to get out of Fnatic. Whoa, interesting. And IO taken now as well. God, this is super mobility.
This is good for, like, they could pick like a SF or something for QO in the, and then you don't actually care too much about getting destroyed by their combo. The only problem is they do have the AA, which will prevent a lot of the healing. So Shrek coming out for LGD. Wow. Really remember them picking this too much recently. You seen them play this?
I have not that much, although then again, when I was casting the Southeast Asian regions, and I didn't see it in a couple of games that I did watching leading up to it, but it does fit within everything that we've talked about. Like, you think about it right now, you've got increased magical damage through AA, and we were talking about the ability of that. Oh my god. All right, OD, this is one of the heroes I was thinking might make a big comeback, as well as this TI.
It's very good versus Faceless Void, very good versus Cold Feet as well, very good at Tusk. The only problem is he's a little bit slow, and his range isn't that great. He's going to have a lot of mobility issues with Icy Vortex, with shards in the team fight, and Faces Void Chronosphere overall just poses a lot of troubles for DP. But he is, like, he's an ranged in hero, but he's actually a pretty good frontliner when you have Wisp in the game, and you can save a lot of people and yourself from getting shattered during that Ice Blast and chain stun from the Flush Wreck. So I always like some sort of combo breaker on the team.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and that defensive abilities is also just so important. So far we've seen a whole collection of them now. I'm expecting that we still need a safe lane, most likely out of Fnatic. I guess it could be run in the safe lane position. We've seen that occasionally from OD, but probably only if there's like a bad matchup or something that LGD take. But is there anything to you that is feeling like you really need as a super strong last pick? They've already banned out the Ursa at this point. Ability to take Roshan is there.
I'm still checking out options. I think we are aware that we are having some audio issues, but we're trying our best to fix them at the moment. As for LG, I don't know. This, for some reason, I think this. What? It's probably because you were talking about what, support left track, but it might be mid left track.
No, I was thinking that it could probably support.
Probably support, but
maybe plays weird heroes. You never know. I mean, this guy's a little bit nuts too.
He does. I guess 11 plays a Tusk all the time. Likely to be.
Yeah, like you said, we are aware that there might be some audio issues, but we're taking care of it. It's first game, you know, you wake up, you get up, you eat some breakfast, you cast some Dota. It happens. We're all good to go. But last pick now, or the ban rather, take the Tidehunter away. Oh, and we're good. We got the thumbs up. Woof!
It's always a sigh of relief.
Yeah. I mean, if 20 seconds happen where it's a little bit funky, you know, it's the rest of the... How long is it that's... We've got the TI going? How long is this? 2 weeks?
Roughly. 4-day group stage, 6-day main stage.
Oh, great. And this is dirty. Lycan with the Nature's Prophet pushes a bound going on. You got more global help with the Howl. Is this going to be one of the heroes of the tournament, you think?
Yes. Lycan is amazing. Especially if people start letting Night Stalker through. It's very common first phase pick up if you see Night Stalker pick. Because generally Night Stalker's first phrase overall, and then you can just immediately respond. He's just that good, and he actually doesn't care too much about nighttime. I think he has the increased vision during ult, and he has that Howl anyway. Yeah, with this... Ooh, Sven. Sven is the Lycan counter. I think every time that I see Lycan and there's a ban left, they can fit into Sven, they ban Sven. And he has that sweet immortal show off.
Yeah, that thing, oh man, he looks pretty cool. Yeah, you're talking about the sets. Apparently they actually don't upload them until you get into the heroes picking them. So I like Ohio's set a little bit more than that last one. Game number 1 of this best of 2 is going to be underway. Fnatic versus LGD. A couple of teams that I think, particularly LGD, people were excited about going into this. I think that it's with good reason. You've got so much talent on this team here. A couple of players that have played in previous TIs and done quite well as well. I think that the big thing to watch this one is how like Fnatic play around or how LGD play around the aggression that's coming out. Is there anything that really sticks out to you as important moments in this game or important objectives that have to be taken early?
Well, for Fnatic, they need to take T1 towers. You need to slow down the LGD lineup so they can't take team fights wherever they please. Once your T1s are down as a team fight lineup, it's really hard to actually play team fight lineups because you'll have a team fight lineup. You're like, we can own them in a team fight, but you'll never actually get to that point because of the mobility from Wisp, from Nature's Prophet. And yeah, you might catch someone from Chronosphere, but all you're going to be left with is a disappearing ball of light that's going to come back in 12 seconds, and you just wasted an ultimate and about 30 seconds and 4 heroes rotations for just a support kill. So that's kind of what the thing you do not want to happen with LGD, but here we go. Let's kick things off.
Well, underway. Very excited for this one, most assuredly. Everybody's heading off to their respective lanes. Does look like a Victoria is going to be heading up with 11, at least at the start. Maybe a little bit of confusion. Fnatic already early out the gate, and DJ should be able to get down both of these wards pretty easily since nobody is heading out that direction, at least for now.
I also think they might have some damage issues against Sven, because the only one who can really do damage to him is the OD. That's slightly scary, I would say. Also, taking down the T1s is especially important for Fnatic because they need to prevent LGD from stacking and farming. Leshrac, as a core, is exceptionally good at taking out stacks, and Sven can farm all the Ancients. And you know that that's what they're going to be looking to do, and just get big, get their BKBs, and then just run at Fnatic once the early game pushing phase is going to be over.
And it always seems like there's that interesting dynamic of, can you kite out the BKBs? Because it does feel like Hurricane Pike against Sven with OD when BKB is down. It's a really hard thing to deal with. But as you mentioned, if he's not there, or if they do get those in time and just blow him up at the start, you'll run into some serious issues. 11 already up here and maybe looking to try and steal away some creeps. It looks like they're going to be leaving Odjet to his lonesome, at least for the moment, since Febi's down here with Ohio. We're also seeing DJ, who's able to get away with a free one. Or ruin for himself.
Yeah, they're surprisingly scared in this super early game. I guess they want to sit a little further back, and they're waiting for like the bottle on the Wisp. I guess it's much more difficult for them to do it in that really. But I guess actually they're more scared of LGD. Stun, chain, easily spell for blood.
It's kind of a cool little opening as well. Obviously the Arcane Orb, since you're going to have the more regen. It does look like Yao is wrapping around onto Ame here. Just going to be able to see if they can pressure out Ohio a little bit, and the cold feet stun. It's already a good bit of damage. This should proc with DJ here as well. Well, that's going to be enough to break up the attempt on the life of Ohio, at least for the moment.
I mean, does not have his 4-man shield yet, so after that kill attempt, he's actually pretty low on health. Ohio still should be okay. There's no Mango in Sven's inventory, so that also makes things a lot easier for Ohio. This is a struggle as Nature's Prophet just dying super early on, but similar to most offlaners, once we get level 2, level 3, then things start getting pretty...
Another roll in. They're going on to DJ to try and turn it back around. A pretty good catch there, but this should be the death. First blood going as DJ is going to drop.
DJ was trying to catch the AA, one of the weaker early game heroes with only 1 armor, and he caught it with a big creep wave, but Sven stands strong.
He's a big guy. It's hard to deal with. Like you said, no more mangoes, so that makes it pretty hard for them.
They did clarity him. He touched clarity him, and it looks like Ame's going to die, so maybe he just gets that free trip back to the fountain, unless... Oh, he's very fast with that Quilling Blade.
That poor man shield, and they ended up popping the Howl for the damage, maybe a little bit too late. Nonetheless, it does end up meaning that they don't find that kill on his Sven. He's a little bit crippled, but back up to full HP yet again, and they're going to be able to come in, rotate. DJ steals away the Invis rune. Victoria can't make that rotation happen.
Now maybe he has to sit back in the mid lane. He's already going to be hindered because he's up against a dual lane, and Fnatic need to win this mid lane by a small margin, a small to medium margin. It doesn't have to be a huge margin just because the OD is going to get farmed regardless because he's going to be babysat by the Wisp the whole time, but it's still just because bottom lane is not going particularly...
Yeah, has been able to get a little bit like that. And actually going to be ran at yet again. Ohio, Cold Feet does it proc there, just out of range, and that stun might not be enough. They will be able to run him down with the Orb of Venom. And unfortunately, as you said, maybe playing it very safe, not going to get caught out by DJ here, who's just been having to wait until that Invis rune wears off.
They could potentially TP in, but I don't exactly know where they're going to be going, because now he has another clarity, and they're out of mana on the AA, so maybe they can get a kill, but MP doesn't want to be in this place where he's just like constantly dying in lane, and it still is constantly threatened. And on top of that, Sven's very good at dealing with these treants in the lane. Normally melee heroes just get harassed out by these treants, especially with the buff of the Howl, but Sven does not care. He will cleave him down once he gets cleaved. He is not skilled up.
Is he holding it? Yeah. See, maybe takes it in a little bit here. Yeah, it's gonna have it now. We haven't talked about it a whole lot, but up top lane it is Odjet versus 11. A little bit getting outlaned right now is Odjet. He's slightly behind the Faceless Void in terms of CS. Kind of a frustrating lane for him, I'm sure.
Definitely so. Howl is viewed as a global skill that helps your team out and doesn't really help your laning phase out too much. So he has this badge, which is incredibly good in the 1-on-1 matchup, the Orb of Venom, which just adds tons of damage to each attack. Yeah, it just doesn't seem like he's going to have a... He has a rough lane versus the Void, and he is Sven, who is trying to catch Ohio and does not catch him.
Nice little jump away for him there, but it does look like the rotation in is coming. QO in a little bit of trouble. DJ trying to show up to turn this back around. He finds the stun onto 2. A little bit of an animation cancel there, and Victoria is going to be able to make the walk away. QO barely escaping, and now maybe also trying to get out of there. Somehow, nobody dies.
Fairy Fire saves lives. They're still really low. DJ could easily come in with a roll and a kick and kill him right now.
Oh, I thought he was rolling the other way. He doesn't want to test it either. I guess it's close to Shrine time, and that might make things a little bit scarier. So they're going to go and make that happen, and hopefully Victoria doesn't die to the IO illusions. If you die to that, that's just the worst feeling in the world.
Ooh, nice try. That I don't think would have been enough damage. Would have only been 50 damage. I guess... I mean, Electric isn't fully healed, so even if it doesn't do any damage, it still probably did more damage this way by keeping him away from that shrine.
It's kind of cool. Well, so far, it's left alone now here in the bottom lane. Ohio, a little bit of a level advantage over that Sven, and also a bit of a CS advantage. He's had a pretty nice time for himself, by and large, in spite of the deaths.
Throw enough bodies, I'll run out of clarities. Okay, that's the play. You have infinite lives, but you don't have infinite mana.
There you go. DJ again, the person who's been trying to make things happen around these lanes, will see where it is that he wants to go. It sort of feels like it's hard to make stuff happen with these heroes, at least at this point. Like, what's that timing? Is it a certain level that we're waiting for either Fnatic or, I guess, LGD to try and make moves around the map?
You don't really need that much. Maybe just like level 7, I would say, for like max Hell and max NP treants. But really, this lineup on Fnatic don't really need too many items. On the flip side, you have LGD who need tons of items to spend. You see, top lane. Thought there was a TPN, but that's actually just a scan. 11 is just hunting Ajit down. He doesn't have ultimate yet, and this does have Chronosphere.
Oh, this is spooky. I mean, Ajit is standing strong in this, maybe just anticipating that Wisp can come in to help him, and he actually is making that rotation up here. We'll see if 11 wants to fully commit for this, and the bash comes in. Still, Chronosphere is going to be dropped. Can they actually find the kill in time? No. 11 is going to have to back out, while bottom lane, more damage of Brew, and Ohio went far for that one, is going to be punished. DJ also going to be blocked off, and well, possibly with another kill. Ame has the stun. That's going to connect. That's going to be another one. 4-0 start for LGD.
That is not the lane for them to concentrate on. Sven is just unpressurable at this point, I would say. Like, yeah, he's like low on HP and low on mana, but they're devoting most of their resources to help him out here. And I think their resources may be better served to try and kill 11, but they are scared of the Sven being big and bad because their Lycans having a bad time. So like, okay, our carry is being kept down a decent amount. We need to keep down their carry. It's a natural tendency for them to do so. But sometimes looking at the alternatives on the other side, like what's happening in mid.
Yeah, bringing Victoria very low. They are going to be able to find the stun onto QO. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to run down maybe. They both get out, and the rotation is coming for a moment. I guess that might have just been to come and try and fight it out again. DJ probably going to be forced back, gets the stun roll away. That'll keep him alive.
Enough bodies, and they ran out of mana on bottom lane. Ohio gets a lot of damage freely on this tower. Sven's huddling back. Look at 11, dude. He is on Lycan's tail.
This is the most annoying thing in the world. Just take the Orb of Venom and come and punch the Lycan. The new counter, apparently. Occasionally you get a bash, and oh, I thought I saw MP TPN for a second, but decide it, and 11 should be able to find this tower. Takes it down, backs out. Easy peasy.
Ajit has to be a little bit frustrated, I would say, at this point. Like, you're just getting run down at your tower for, that was like 30 seconds, okay? He's just getting right-clicked by a Void for 30 seconds at his tower, and one person comes in with Wisp, and then it just happens again as soon as he leaves, and then he loses his tower.
Wow, a quick jump in there. Bevy ends up going down, and now QO also in a little bit of trouble. Ohio's here to try and make the turnaround happen, and maybe can he actually play so well? QO wants to go back in. This guy is bloodthirsty, barely any HP, manages to take the kill, and now maybe another one. QO, still insane, still finding kills. And with Lycan chasing, they might have another one. Maybe. Does he hit the stun? He does. Juke it out. Can he get out of there, though? I think the answer is no. Yes, he's going down. The Chronosphere is almost there. In fact, might be able to bring down QO as well, trying to bring him low, but the Wisp, the heals. It's coming in from Febby, and they turn it around again. Fnatic making the plays, taking the towers, asserting dominance.
And this is where their lineup kicks in. See, most of them hit their point, level 7, and they're just really strong at Spy. The Wisp, he held on to so many of the cells. QO being that low was very deceptive. Firstly, he has Howl, and then he has all this heal coming up from Febby, and it's just not really the target that you can go on. You have to wait for either Tether to be down, or IO to be dead, or IO to be off the map somewhere else, but that's rarely going to happen. IO's just going to push out lanes by themselves. So, LGD need to rethink their game plan a little bit. They need the Faces Void there a little bit sooner, perhaps. They need Lushtrack to have more items so that he has more mana. Maybe is constantly out of mana. He doesn't have anyone to really feed him HP or mana in this setting, so he's really self-reliant, especially because Sven's going to be farming all the time. He has to do the brunt of the fighting before he has Bloodstone or even Arcane Boots. Or even Soul Ring at that point. Like, he has no Soul Ring. He's fairly poor.
Yeah, it felt like the double multi was, I guess, to try and help him out in the lane and maybe think about building until it's available. Like you said, now trying to go back for those mana items in the at least Soul Ring and then eventually Bloodstone. They are smoked up now as 3, and it looks like they want to try and get some counter pressure up against this top lane. And 11, no Chronosphere. I would imagine there might be some quick rotations. They're going to relocate in. 11 had just used Time Walk as well, but it's only Febby. He didn't bring anybody else with them. There's DJ that's now starting to show up. The stun goes through onto 2, but that's going to be Febby dead already. Ohio, very low on mana. 11 almost dead as well. DJ is going to connect with that kill and a haster at QO. He's going to try and chase down Yao now. They managed to get the ulti onto him, but that's all for the moment, and not quite there. The animation almost to catch. One more from LGD, and whew. Trying to get out of there.
Their exit plans are need some planning.
They need more plan.
Well, they had a good plan. Yeah. It was, okay, let's smoke up, kill someone, and pressure the tower. But Fnatic are okay with throwing bodies. They've been doing that a lot of the game, just like throwing bodies so that they can get more out in return. And they threw bodies down a bottom lane so they can pressure mid lane a lot. They threw, like, Febby just TP'd in there. It's like, I don't really care if I die, I'm just buying time for my team.
That was the longest TP in the world, and now Chronosphere comes down. QO is dead! Oh no, that was really unlucky.
Which tower was it?
I'm not sure, but wherever he was going, it was a long TP and then a first hit bash.
That's so fun.
I mean,
blame your teammate for that one.
Okay. How much do kills like that hurt this momentum-based draft of Fnatic?
When Midas is up,
uh-oh,
a little bit. Again, it's not so bad because they can still push. So 2 out of 3 T1s are down, and maybe is still very, very underfarmed. So I think they're still happy with the pace of the game, but you know that hurts OD a lot. He just uses TP, you die, you can't even get to a creep fast. I mean, you might maybe call him Febby like, hey, relocate me, bro. Midas, hit him Midas, off cooldown. Hit him Midas ready. And then, I don't know if that's ever worth it. Maybe? I don't know.
I mean, the way that they use relocate, I feel like they gotta use it. But then again, you know, it's Midas cooldown.
Yeah, you need a big QO this game, that's for sure. He's your Sven counter.
Second highest in the game right now, only behind the guy that just killed him.
But imagine if he got relocated. Big neutral camp.
It's the dream. He got there eventually. It was like 30 seconds. So yeah, we'll see if his net worth ends up making that big of a difference in that time. They have felt like they've slowed down a little bit, at least for now, Fnatic. Maybe farming up to that next item, or at least until the next cooldown comes down. Not really anything they're waiting for. I guess the Sanity's Eclipse.
Not too much. I would say just more so the Midas to be king. And they do already have the drums on Nature's Prophet, so still continuing with a theme of 5-manning with a lot of summons and pushing down towers. And I wonder what Faces Void is going to get afterwards. Oh, shadow play, man. Shadow play.
Yeah, it's going to be found here. They relocated in for this, spotting him get the D ward, but now realizing that they're not going to be there, they're coming to take the tower LGD, and it might just need to be a trade-off of tier 2s.
pretty good trade-off. Especially when you have Leshrac. So this is great for Leshrac because he doesn't have to care about relocate. And he's going in here.
Oh, big battle. Chronosphere only catches onto one, but it's a good one. It's QO. They caught him and able to hit him as well with Hame on the outside. That is a big one as well. It's now Fnatic getting ran down. They end up almost dropping Cold Feet there. They're going to connect again onto Nature's Prophet. Another stun comes out, maybe making plays. DJ did 1,000,000 damage with this Magnetize. Is it going to be enough? It's dealing a good bit, but not quite enough there to find the kill onto everybody. Everybody is just so low right now, and Febby coming back in, wanting to take down, wanting to take down anybody at all, but it's looking like he just might end up going down nonetheless. 5 wipe for Fnatic.
This is why you just need more items up on the OD right now. We talked about like all of these saves coming out during Chronosphere, like OD can save anyone else, Wisp can save anyone, but if Relocate is down, they did actually connect on the kill when he got that D ward off. So then they identified the opportunity. Okay, if we go into OD, who's gonna save him? They can't heal him, no tether, no mech. They don't even have one anyways. How, I guess, is all they have, but if they just throw everything they have at the OD, like he needs a Blink Dagger or like a Force Staff potentially to deal with these situations, or for a Wisp to make the call that, hey, look, you cannot be saved if they jump you. Usually that's on the core though, but I mean, it was very clear that he was down there, and QO gives up, I would say, another fairly big death in this game. They don't even get the tower in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, it would maybe be a little bit worrying for me, LGD, that they like basically had the perfect team fight, and even still, everybody was that low. Like, even imagining a just, you know, naked Sanity's a clip without any install, and it might have been enough there to turn the tide around if he gets any spells off.
I would say, yeah, that's true. However, you have to realize that LGD also, like, they don't have their main items yet. Like, Sven can't actually get into the fight. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger, he just has like a mask at that point. Same with the Faceless Void, he has a mask, and he is going for the Shadow Blade. Like, look at him. He's actually sitting in mid lane with the Shadow Amulet. Just he is going to be able to get the jump on the OD is the point that I'm trying to make here. And life's going to be very difficult for QO. He has a Force Staff, but generally that's not enough to save yourself from Chronosphere.
The long con, 11, fully committing for this one. They do have Febby right behind him. There's always that dream of being able to find a, you know, a relocate cancel by virtue of a Chronosphere. They're keeping QO alive for the moment. It feels like he's aware that there could be some danger there. And, you know, they took a tier 2 tower in the bottom lane on Team Fnatic.
Yep, it's looking pretty good for them. Leshrac, still no Bloodstone, but he is fairly close. Sven not going for a Blink build. The Sven Faces Void duo is a point that's in pretty hot contention, I would say. Some people say it's terrible because Sven can't hit people inside of Chronosphere. Some people say it's amazing because Faces Void chronos the back of the line so that Sven can do damage to the front line. I mean, it does work both ways for sure, but seeing a no Blink build on Sven is highly unusual. And that puts a lot of faith in your teammates. Like, Tusk can keep them in place with shards. You can bring them in with the snowball. And I guess you're actually not terribly worried about snowballing in. I guess maybe an Earth Spirit, but Earth Spirit himself is just not that big of a deal. I would say like Earth Spirit plus like Earth Shaker, or Earth Spirit plus any other follow-up stun. But just by himself, not a huge problem.
You see that, like, right there as well, Fnatic, they had full vision of all of those heroes coming in, and it felt like they didn't want to go for it yet. They are going to rotate in now, and the sun's silent. It's going to connect onto the Faceless Void. QO, he dropped the hammer. It's not quite enough damage, though. Force Staff away, not wanting to get caught there by the Chronosphere, but the rotation in comes again from DJ. The Magnetize is out as well. Stormhammer to keep him back, but they are going to be able to reapply. And now the chase up on the north side of the fight. QO doesn't want to fully commit for that. He's able to bait out the Leshrac stun. Looks like the fight has sort of devolved into 2 separate engagements. Can QO actually do this by his lonesome? He's starting to drop down low. They're able to separate it out beautifully, and now Febby is going to be brought down as well. Just precision team fighting by LGD, separating the correct heroes, and they get those kills.
Oh, that was a really good play by QO, though, at the start of the fight. So what he did at the start of the fight, he knew that Faces Void was, like, setting up for a Chronosphere. He was looking for the OD, and then OD, like, forced himself away from the rest of the team so that he could have only gotten a one-man Chrono. And then on top of that, he dropped the Sanity's Clips on top of the Void immediately so that he didn't have enough mana for the Chronosphere. He had 175, and he had to wait like a fairly long time for him to actually get enough mana and then switch it in and then cast Chronosphere. But they thought that would be a one fight with no Chronosphere, but they took way too long to catch the Sven, who mobility build actually paid off for him. The Sage Nyaki was able to just straight run away from the team. Not particularly useful in that situation because he had Magnetize on you the whole time, so immediately I think the benefits of it.
Well, and you know, it goes to show that there's no bad builds, just the correct build for the right situation.
Wow, what a player. He knows immediately what's happening.
That was really well done. Yeah, they come in there, oh, they might have smoked right now and tried to go for Roche.
He knows.
Take it. Can they get away though? Yow, they're chasing this. Ohio, he's been able to catch onto one as well. QO is there. That is, well, two dropped quickly, and even if they know what's happening, can they stop it?
Ah, that was a quick wraparound by Fnatic. They didn't use Relocate, but two heroes were immediately on the back line, disrupting this Ancient Apparition's flow. And that should be a 5v3 straight into Roshan with Book pop already from Ajit. Book is an extremely unusual choice versus the Sven. Normally you don't want any more units because they're all just getting cleaned down anyways, but again, it does accentuate their forte of their lineup of being able to push down towers with mass summons and mass talent.
Look at this, they're just being a gatekeeper right here to the side. They pop the ulti from Ajit, wanting to finish off Roshan. They're going to throw out the Ice Blast. Is it going to be enough? The imprisonment came out in time, but Roach still not dead. Ajit is going to be able to pick that up. Ame cleaves him down already at the start. Now with Maybe dead, can they find the kills? Oh, he's going to be controlled, starting to be brought back down. Febby gets the relocate back and away, just barely keeping him alive, and now trying to chase Ajit. Looks like he's going to have to be the sacrificial lamb, brought down, and, well, they catch one more on the retreat, but they wanted QO. They're not going to get him. It was actually a relocate back in as he finished that one, and DJ going to be able to make the escape as well. A very clustered and strange team fight from Fnatic again. It feels like LGD is just outmaneuvering them.
Lycan's game is done.
Yeah.
His game is... It was a gamble, I would say, for Fnatic. Like, even in the early game, leaving him alone versus Faceless Void, that's not a lane that's supposed to be hugely Lycan favored. And then on top of that, going for the Necro. I think both of these were gambles that slightly ended up for negative. Like, they didn't end up getting the Sven kill on the bottom because he did commit for Necro, and it's better for Roach, I would say. And he did pop it for the Roach kill, however, they didn't escape from Roach unscathed. So now that he's kind of gotten the worst end of the stick on these two things, and Sven is huge up on his net worth. I would say like a Sven with like 10,000 can probably take a Lycan with like 13, 14,000. And when you have the tables turned, it's even more crushing.
Yeah, it feels like Ajit's role in this game is just going to be a Hellbot. Yeah, exactly. Helping out his team when he gets the chance. And he does do some decent damage to the tower, but...
Have you heard of the rumored support Lycan?
I have not. That sounds disgusting.
You just howl.
Well, you might need to howl as he's starting to be brought down already very quickly. And Fnatic, they will take the tower, but they're going to lose everybody as well. The Shards just wraps them up, and oh, actually they don't even get the tower. It's going to be denied most likely with 13 HP. It hurts a lot. QO, they're chasing for him as well. 11 has found him. Can they bring him down? No Chronosphere, no problem. QO is dead, and soon to be a team wipe. Fnatic have no answer at all.
This is what happens when you're Lycan to super poor. Again, it was a gamble for them. It wasn't like, oh my god, does Lycan play terribly, or oh my god, this Lycan went such a terrible build. It was a gamble for them. They wanted to be able to take objectives with this sort of build. They wanted to be able to pressure bottom lane by sacrificing one of their supports from moving from the top to the bottom. But instead, all they're left with is a 6,000 net worth Lycan who just got rolled at the start of the fight. And when your frontliner like that, who's supposed to be very, very tanky, can't even really cast any spells at the start of the fight, then your whole team will fall apart like a bunch of bowling pins.
This is smart by Ohio. They were baiting it out, wanting to wait and kill him off, but he's just going to send the Treants in and then immediately TP out. So, good play there to get the kill on the tower and not get killed in return.
Small victory for them.
That's the silver lining that we're trying to find at this point. I mean, if they do start winning fights, let's say that OD is able to maybe find a couple pickoffs, get a big Sanity's Eclipse, they still take towers rather rapidly, don't they?
Yes, but they have to win the team fight.
Okay.
And they're also having trouble pushing out lanes right now because of the Faceless Void with the Madness and Shadowblade. Shadowblade Faceless Void makes it near impossible, I would say, for the Nature's Prophet to actually reliably split push out lanes, because he's like a Nyx right now, except I would say a better Nyx, because he can just lock you in place. There's like no outplaying this Faceless Void right now. Like, you can have sentries everywhere, but your support's not going to be able to get to the places where Nature's Prophet's going to push out. So now they do have to go for a smoke play. There is a DD. Are they going to actually pick it up? Yes,
wouldn't have been envisioned, so that's fine that they're not going to know this.
Look at their position, though. Sven is in the front, so he will almost assuredly be able to get Warcry off, and they don't exactly know that the Wolf is on top of him. They want to kill Yao. You kill Yao at the start, maybe you can win this fight. And 11 is at the front line, and if Earthspirit can get a quick silence on him...
Oh, they end up smoking, realize that people are there. The rolling silent that connects onto 2. Great play, the Chronosphere comes out though, so the damage from OD is going to be limited. Ajit trying to juke around in the trees. Victoria is on top of QO yet again. Ohio still staying alive, and they're starting to deal the damage that they need to. They're able to take down another buyback from DJ. Forstaff trying to keep his distance away from Ame as well, and the roll forward, catching maybe also. Everybody from LGD going down. It was just about the perfect fight. Can they catch Ame? Ohio is TPing in, wanting to get close to him. He's out of mana. This should be the death of him as long as they can catch, but he's actually got some good movement speed with the Sanjin. Yasha trying to roll forward. DJ kicks for it, Ohio as well, into the Sprout. And finally, they're going to run down the big bad carry man. I don't think that maybe alone is going to be able to make that rotation in to save his life. Ame's dead.
Yeah, Fnatic always needs to position that chaotic maneuvers spread out from all angles so that you can't get a good Chronosphere. Faceless Void, he has the items to look for a good initiation, but if they don't actually clump up, he's not going to get the kill that he wants. He only got the OD, and then the IO actually went outside of the Chronosphere and then just tethered back in to kite the Faceless Void a little bit, but they weren't able to follow up at all. Looks like they are going to need BKBs if they want to start the fight, or for their Ancient Apparition and Tusk to not both get silenced at the start of the fight.
And, you know, a small little thing, but Sven right now also not having buyback. You know, not the biggest deal in the world, because I don't think that they're going to be able to take a Rax off the back of this, most likely. But later on in the game, those type of problems could come back to cost you more.
Yeah, they need the Nature's Prophet to get really big. He needs to kind of compensate for the damage that the Lycan is not going to be able to put out. So he's actually getting there. He's pretty high in net worth, almost on top of all the cores, and he has that Orchid to deal with the Faceless Void. And Faceless Void actually is going for BKB. He almost has it. He's going to have his faster than the Sven. So now that BKBs are popping out pretty soon, Earth Spirit's life is going to be rendered extremely difficult. OD is not going to be able to steal as much int or really handle these BKBs at all. He's not going for one himself, so he's just going to have to be able to stand there. He does have Shivas, though. The Shivas, I really like coming out from him, because it will allow him to survive Chronosphere for a pretty long time, enough time for him to get relocated out, and it will allow him to just man fight Sven.
Yeah. Well, and like we were talking about that item that he's going into next, the Dragon Lance, one of the better ones that, I mean, even if, the big problem, of course, is BKBs like you were talking about, but if those wear out, it's a great answer for a Sven at any point. So they are moving down towards the bottom lane right now, LGD, to see if they can find somebody from Fnatic. Ohio is in the mid, pushing out lanes, and it looks like Fnatic, they have to be so judicious with which team fights they take.
They definitely do. And on the flip side, LGD, they don't actually have to take team fights. They can keep getting picks off. And 11.
Oh, he walked right in, but there's the BKB. He's caught onto 1. Where's the rest of the damage? DJ is being able to hold them back for the moment to snowball forward. QO, he's going to be caught for the moment. Can he force step to the low ground? No! He's not going to be able to get out of there. And Ohio now also in a little bit of trouble. Victoria is able to make his way out. Ohio is down. Ajit just needs to run for the hills. And Febby, I'll see if he can get relocated away, but... Oh, nice tether. Yule Scepter lift up. Is he going to die? He gets back home. Just barely.
Wow, that was really close. Almost 7 for Ajit.
Oh. He's caught. The rest of them are coming in, trying to make his escape. The body blocks are there, and I thought he was out, but to no avail. LGD, they strike back in a big way. 4 dead from Fnatic.
I feel for this doggy, man.
He's having a rough game. It's hurting. Yeah, I like what you said, though, that it is much more like, and this has kind of been Ajit's role in the way that Fnatic has played in general. It's about enabling QO. It's a different hero for it with Howl. Like, we'd seen him before play things like Necro and stuff like that, but I think that it's definitely proving to be sometimes too much of an issue. He sacrifices too much.
Yeah, he completely is. He's also doing like majority of the scouting. Look at these Lycan Wolves, just always on the map. Right now it's inside the Roche Pit. It was just hounding maybe. So Like, he is doing a lot for the team, providing the heals, providing some of the building damage, providing the vision for his team, but unfortunately just not the right click potential. At least they do have one of the most flexible offlanders in the game.
Do they have any detection? They do. They got dust, but 11 able to juke into the trees. That would have been big. Yeah, they could have found that kill.
I think that's nearly impossible though, because they have a BKB up on him. That's the thing about BKB.
Yeah.
When you have BKB, you need physical damage. If you don't have like scythe or physical damage, you're gonna be at a huge disadvantage for a few minutes at minimum.
Oh, he Walrus punched a creep, and now QO jumps in, does a lot of damage, but is gonna be brought down by the BKB from Ame, and Necrobook's trying to finish off Yao. It is going to be able to do it. The drive-by for Ajit. Trying to make his escape, and looks like he might just be able to. Shapeshift's going to wear off soon. He doesn't have a TP, though. They're TPing in with maybe, and Ajit just going to look to block the way, and is able to do it at least a little bit as he heads down south. Space created.
Wow, I can't believe QO died that quickly even with Shiva's guard. It looked like he didn't have any armor. That was nuts.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage. I mean, it's just terrifying, too, but it feels like 11 is... I mean, he's... How much? Like 228 per hit? About.
Yeah, 11 has a lot of damage. Why do they have so much damage? Are you going for damage? Wow. I actually usually see armor. That would do it.
Yeah. And the GPM as well. Any other big talents that we need to keep our eyes on here in this one? 40 experience gain for Tusk is pretty great.
Wow, maybe went for the strength talent. Wow. Don't see that very often, just because like all your damage is spell damage on left right. But he is having trouble surviving in these fights. Nah, I don't think there's
All more survivability.
yeah, they're
stuff.
stunned.
Hey, we'll get there, I believe.
Okay, this is the point. Can Lycan and the rest of Fnatic do anything about the second Roche? If they take a good fight here, I can see them having a chance. But if not, Lycan's going to be even more irrelevant. What's more than irrelevant?
I don't have the vocabulary for that, but it sounds bad. That's for sure. It's bad.
That would be him after this if he loses this Roche. And it looks like they aren't even going to contest it. Oh, poor boy. He's going to have to go for BKB, but he's just going to get a kill. He can run at support stuff.
Yeah. And I mean, we saw that in the last time, too. He was able to take down the Ancient Apparition with the Necro books. I mean, it's not definitely what you want out of your position 1, but I guess it's sort of much more QO that's the position 1 at this point. And if he does manage to, you know, rack up a little bit of intel and then start dropping sanities, it could be good stuff for BKB.
It's still extremely hard versus the BKBs, though. That's the thing. They don't have a good way to stop them from popping the BKBs. And even so, they would have Snowball. Like, let's say you get a Hex or something, or you get like a sweet Earth Spirit stun. Like, there still is the potential for like Blink Tusk, you stun into them, and then what? Like, that's I think one of the biggest problems about Fnatic's lineup. You don't care if they actually 5-man Snowball into your team. Their team fight is just so tremendously weak. Normally, if you 5-man Snowball into your team, you're deathly afraid. You're going to like an Earthshaker, like a Chronosphere, here like a Sven stun into a Sven Cleave. Like, there's so many things that you're actually scared of for company. Whereas for LGD, you can just run at them, and they're running at them.
Yeah, that was very close right there. Clutch 4 staff. I wasn't sure if that was from QO or who, but they kept Ajit alive as the shards would have blocked him off.
But now you're gonna have to worry about your T3. There is one lone creep. Can they keep that creep alive?
Oh yeah.
I don't know if they're actually gonna make this play with this one creep though.
I mean, they have Chronos here. There'll be another wave in a second as well. Looks like it is still enough to break the backdoor protection and jump forward. QO's there, but they actually ended up catching the Sven as well. It might not end up mattering because there just isn't enough damage on the rest of Fnatic. They take down too quickly. No buyback for QO. And even though Ajit is running at the poor little Yao Ancient Apparition, it does not matter. These barracks are starting to soon be under siege. The Silence, the Magnetized, DJ doing his darndest, but it's not going to be enough. A triple kill for Maybe. He buys back DJ, but this is going to be the first Tier 3 tower, first lane of racks, and the jump forward, taking down Ohio. Not quite. He's able to back out before they're able to deal the killing blow, but it's going to be barracks.
Yep. So a lot of people ask, like, why don't you first pick Lycan in every single game, or why is Lycan not like a top carry pick right now? This is part of the reason why. Sometimes you're just going to be in inherently bad matchups, not only in the lane, but in the mid game when you're trying to right-click people, and you are just going to be left useless. Because like the problem with this game is like you can't just AFK farm the jungle and then get big. Like Sven with even net worth will destroy you, so you need like 30%, 40% more net worth on him, and you would need to be able to take down all the towers and also fight a lot before he gets his BKB. However, they lost bottom lane pretty hard, I would say, with Ohio dying a few times and the other 2 lanes on LGD getting by with a lot of farm. And when that happens, you just aren't able to snowball off the T1s. The third T1, we joked about it on T1 top. That T1 is down, but that was 23 minutes into the game. That's your third T1 tower. And how are you going to limit these guys' farm? How are you going to prevent Sven from getting BKB if you can't even take the T1s down?
No, definitely. And it's showing those big problems. And, well, they could maybe find he is in a little bit of trouble, but all of those Arcane Orb blasts are not going to be enough, and now DJ's gone. 60 seconds. Ohio also under fire, in trouble. Ame wasn't quite able to run down QO, but they might be able to now as he's starting to drop. Ame jumps forward, the right clicks are there, and GG's called before he even falls. Fnatic, they weren't quite able to finish that one out. Great play by LGD, though. Really impressive.
I would say their draft was slightly more flexible, I would say, in that they could sit back and farm a lot of stacks, but they also had a really strong team fight. Whereas Fnatic was more one-dimensional, and it just didn't pay off. You need to have a team that just makes very few mistakes in this sort of laning. You need to be able to, have like an okay laning phase, boom, TP in with Nature's Prophet, and then sweep in, take a tower, and then Wisp will get 6, and then you could just repeat the same thing with Wisp relocates. And then after that, you control their jungle. But their game plan wasn't very sound because things started falling apart from the lane phase. Lycan got destroyed, Ohio died a few times, and QO was the only one who got any semblance of farm. But he wasn't really able to carry the game.
All right, well, game number 1 in the books. We're going to be back in just a little bit with game number 2. We'll see if LGD can continue this little streak they've been building up, or if it's going to be Fnatic that can run it back, pull one away for themselves. Thanks, guys, for watching. We'll be back in a few. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back again to the International 2017. We are here on Stream C, and it is game number 2, LGD versus Fnatic. The first time around, we had a bunch of kind of different looks at the game, where there was a Lycan that was played, I think it was the last pick, in a very sacrificial role. There was an opening from LGD of Faceless Void and Ancient Apparition. I'll have to see if they do the same thing again, but instead, no, it's going to be a Night Stalker, Lyrical, Merlini. Ben, what do you think about this Night Stalker opening?
I actually didn't think we'd see him so much, as in he'd be banned all the time. But he has been let through in this series.
10 seconds remaining.
Of 2? My stats are correct?
You can't lie with that, yeah. That's true. Every single game he's let through.
So we have seen them pick Lycan the past, last game, but it is a more common pick versus Night Stalker. However, I think if they pick Lycan right now, they're going to have to worry about LGD picking up Sven immediately after. So I think it might be perhaps better for them to pick it in the later phases of the game, or they could also tailor more their picks to actually deal with Sven this particular game. Like, have Tusk themselves. Tusk is really great at kind of the melee heroes that rely on BKB later into the game. What else could Fnatic... I mean, they had to be expecting this hero out.
Maybe they were hoping that they would take something else and then they can get Night Stalker Lycan, but yeah,
they're gonna have to give up Earthshaker perhaps too. Earthshaker, Void, like these are also 2 heroes that I think both teams want here.
That is an interesting first pick.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good picks right now for them. But maybe it's one of those, because of the way, like if you know one of your 2 heroes, you want to, or if you don't know both of your heroes, you just pick a hero that is flexible so that you can buy more time for you. So you don't run down all your reserve time. They've run down half of their, not half, but a lot of their reserve time, 50 seconds of their reserve time in their very first 2 picks. So clearly they are struggling a little bit as to how they want to deal with this Night's first pick.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's not boding well, certainly, and there's a lot of things that Centaur as well.
Centaur is interesting. I like the way that I see a few amount of teams deal with Night Stalker is by having just a big ball of heroes that are unapproachable. It's like a bunch of... I was about to say a ridiculous analogy, but they're really, really tanky, and you don't want to go up close to them at all. I was about to say it's like a pack of really hot girls, and you just can't get even close to them. That's kind of.
Oh, and Night Stalker, the name, that's not good.
Well, it's because Night Stalker, sometimes he gets at a point where you can actually see them, but you can't do anything. You have all the vision in the world, but you can't actually jump them.
Right. Yeah,
hence why the other analogy.
Okay, I'm with you.
But that's I think probably kind of the plan with Centaur. It's like, okay, Centaur's gonna be up in front, like just protecting all his little Centaur babies around him, and then Night Stalker wants to come in and silence and kill someone at the start, but he can't because Centaur's there and everyone's just super tanky. Like Rubik's gonna be like in the middle of the ball, but that again, that's just one approach I would say to deal with the Centaur. You just have Centaur with a hood, just walk up. It's like, okay, you can jump me. I don't see you, but I don't really care.
Yeah. You know, and based upon the way that Fnatic played, I would not be entirely surprised if this ended up being an Odjet safe lane Centaur and play it around the same way that they had Howl, a global ultimate used to try and help out the rest of his team. It's a little bit weird, it's different, but based upon the way Fnatic played, it's something that at least is in the cards.
I don't think it needs to be global. I think it's more so just team fight needs to be stronger. Yeah. I think that was clearly the weak point of their lineup last game, and after 20-25 minutes when they had 3 towers down, 3-4 towers down, you know that things were going to be very, very poor for them. So we see the Night Stalker Bat Rider. The Bat Rider, one of the most common pairings I would say with Night Stalker, so you can get your jumps on, and Lifestealer is, I would say they're both good versus each other, the Bat Rider and the Lifestealer. It's Lifesteal is pretty good because he can take off the napalm stacks, and he can also like preemptively rage if you think a lasso is going to come out. But at the same time, Bat Rider does have a BKB piercing ultimate, which Lifestealer hates.
Oh, for sure. And maybe again, it's just that like early changes. And wow, Fnatic.
Okay, so this is going to be a ball already. Like they have mass auras, even counting return aura perhaps. If you want to get that challenge, your compendium challenge.
There we go. That's what they're trying to do.
No field plus Chen plus lifestealer to hit towers seems like a pretty good ball to fight up with. But now you're gonna have to do Terrorblade. Huge physical mitigation. Huge physical damage. He's like Terrorblade was the pick versus Slaughter lineups. He's also very good versus lifestealer. Lifestealer just can't do much versus Terrorblade.
Yeah,
at all.
Well, and I mean, taking the Chen now too, there's not a whole lot of like big magical damage things that they can do. It's really like jumping in double edge, which can clear out illusions pretty effectively, I would say.
Yeah.
But now it's like, what else are you gonna go for? I would imagine like a Tinker ban here, probably. I don't know if QO plays it, but that's like the quintessential pick against Terrorblade.
It is. They could easily ban it. I don't think that is the hero though. Just because I don't think it really works with the theme lineup. I would prefer them have another jump with magic damage so they can actually kill. Like Puck, for example, would have been, I think, really good for them.
Yeah.
Like Puck with Lifestealer, you can deal with the Dazzle really well. You can also control the Terrorblade, and you also have a lot of illusion. And you can get Dagons later to deal with the Terrorblade. However, it was banned out by Fnatic themselves. LGD is still looking.
Maybe like a Quap or a Storm or something.
QO's heroes are... those are the standard mid heroes, I would say,
Yeah.
but QO doesn't play the standard mid heroes.
Yeah.
He plays the weird one. Generally. He's not an Invoker spammer. Plays Storm all the...
Well, and the Chen is also kind of that slightly different look. Like it's, like you said, going to be aura strats. And do you think that LGD is thinking forward to what their hero is going to be? Do they need more D push, or do you think they have enough of it?
I would say they need more. Like right now, Batrider is very weak at D push. And Terrorblade's also extremely weak at... what other heroes to Chen are they coming out from the mid lane?
Tinker again.
Yeah, Tinker's a little bit slow though, I think is... Don't like it. Whoa. Ursa, Warrior. A lot of ways to deal with the Lifestealer. And they have a lot of early game. They can take Roche out very, very soon. And they can push towers. I think Ursa always needs this complementing hero of a hero that is a good sieger. And Terrorblade, an unusual complement, but Terrorblade makes sense versus Lifestealer, and Ursa, I think, makes sense with the sort of games that they want to... Like, they don't even want it to get to the pushing phase.
Yeah.
Kind of like how the game went early game, right? LGD, they just had strong enough lanes that Fnatic, by the time they grouped up and pushed, they were at a significant disadvantage. Is one way to tackle a push, is not to have a lot of D push, but to stop it from...
I wonder if it's even like trying to deny a like Timbersaw pick or something like that. I don't know if that's something they would have gone for, but last pick, it's going to be the PL. Another QO classic.
Yep.
Is this the one?
That's one of his heroes. I thought they wouldn't actually go for like some sort of melee hero like that. I think Terrorblade is a decent versus it, but their AoE is awful. It's pretty bad actually. So I think a really fat PL can take over this game.
So the real question, do you go Aghanims against Terrorblade?
The item is... Don't like it so much. I would prefer probably... I think Link in this game is really good versus the Batrider, because I think he's the only one that's really going to control you this game. Like, Ursa, if he ever goes on you, you just lance him. If Terrorblade goes on you, you can just doppelganger. And then I think he actually needs to be able... actually, Lifestealer against him. Maybe. I forget what QO PL, but that's his hero, man. PL, TA, or PA, like these sort of just heroes that are up in your face all the time.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly a different looking draft than what we saw in the last game, although there's elements to it that feel the same, where it's like take down towers early, like you said, group together, make those auras work. Are you expecting big things out of DJ on this Chen? Where does he have to go?
He's the one I want to talk about, because he's the one that has, I would say, one of the most different heroes, like Earth Spirit, to playing a Chen this game, who has to aid a lot in pushing and can't just be super sacrificial. Where does he want to go? He can really kill anything. That's the thing about Chen. You can go to any lane and do anything, depending on what creep you get. There's so many camps in there, you can kind of get whatever you need.
All right, well, I'm excited to watch that. It does look like Febby made the long wraparound. Maybe they were hoping here that somebody would scout Ohio and expect that he placed the ward and try for a D ward, but it doesn't end up happening. And 11 in the meantime is going to be positioned to steal a couple creeps here away from the safe lane. Gotta love that taunt from Ajit as well, a little spinny guy.
Oh, he has the Alpiners. Damn, son.
It really is the coolest. You gotta love that little cowboy hat he's got. Look at him. He's a pleasant little fella.
30 seconds to
Oh, buddy.
Well, the early movement out, it does look like, as far as heroes are concerned, did Batrider leave? 11 was up there. Am I crazy?
I think they're doing a lane swap.
Oh, okay. Well, they will scout out Febby here, Victoria. So maybe realizing that the aggro is coming, and we'll see if Fnatic respond by trying to switch lanes as well. It looks like they're going to keep it standard for the moment, though, as it was going to be a quick bounty rune steal by Ohio. Now he's got to wrap out.
Okay, where's 11 going? Even like blocked there. So they are now trying to search for the Chen. They haven't actually been able to get eyes on the Chen. They do have the Reservoir in top lane. They did see the Rubik. However, Chen, where are you at? And they know he probably has a smoke. And worry about him invading. Where is 11 going again? Are they switching again?
The old switcheroo. He's heading back over there, I guess.
What is he doing?
Right now, Febby is the only one up here for Fnatic. All right, I don't know. Ajit is running back up top again.
Okay, now Batrider's running. Oh, he's trying to stack. He's just not there at all. Ohio's like, okay, I don't know what's going on, but I'm loving it.
Great game for him. And Victoria has now run into Ajit, so a Lifestealer with nothing skilled is getting ran at by this Night Stalker. And he doesn't really have a great answer besides just trying to punch him.
Night Stalker is the big bad bully.
God. This does not look like a fun lane at all. You've got Terrorblade here who can pop Metamorphosis in a little bit if he needs to and just punch Ajit down. Like, could they even think about diving him here, or is that too scary? With once
they know he has Feast, so they could easily dive him. I would say wait for a Reflection. Oh, he didn't have that Conjure. So okay, maybe not. Well, we do see QO. A lot of pressure from maybe Ursa versus. I'm trying to think of a melee hero that beats Ursa. I think maybe Axe at super early levels can beat him. Even that's a maybe.
Well, we talked about Lycan having some avenues to like help out his team in spite of a bad start. Lifestealer feels much less so, and he is currently really hurting in this one. I mean, look at it. It's 3 heroes around mid. From the side of Fnatic, it looks like they want to try and make the go into maybe. This really feels like it has to work, because otherwise they're going to be so far behind, and the rotation is just not going to be good enough. And in fact, it's Victoria who's shown up and able to just bully DJ back again.
Yep. I agree with you that it's not looking very good for them. And QO is also in a ton of trouble.
Slowed down. He did end up getting clipped by that, but able to doppelganger up to the high ground, and that keeps him alive for the moment.
However, you still see which one is the real one because of that swipe. But I'm not sure how he's going to farm this mid lane. It's just you can just stack and farm, I suppose. But the problem is you have no kill potential with Chen. Chen has to smoke around, go around the shrine on top, but he's still pretty far away. Ame can potentially TP out too, but there's no grave upon Yao, and Ajit in a pretty good position here.
And we'll see if they're going to be able to make this work. Febby going for the wraparound. They actually decide to go onto the Dazzle first. A pretty decent-sized heal bomb turned it back around. They will find first blood. A nice little boon for Ajit. He needed that in a bad way. Still super broke as a joke, though.
Yep, poor guy has no armor. Almost all physical damage coming out of this lane. That was actually all physical damage coming out, minus Victoria.
This is, I mean, you just look at the last hits right now. It is just complete domination by LGD. They were coming in as one of the favorites out of China and people expecting big things from them and proving why here in this, just dominating the lanes.
all around solid drops too. Well balanced drops that can do a lot of things. They're not super risky, especially when it's group stage. You just want to get as many wins under your belt and just play solid Dota overall. Because oftentimes you don't know exactly what your opponent's going to do. So having a well-balanced lineup that can do everything, I would say, is better than like a lineup that might take you by surprise. Like let's say some sort of weird pug and push strat, which is always, I would say, kind of a thing.
That's. I can't believe like how much they're getting out of this. And it looks like they're going to run it QO again. They will have no silence available, but a doppelganger away. Maybe still thinking about diving for that one. He's going to have to focus over on this illusion. Might have thought it was the real one, but it is in fact just that doppelganger with the same amount of damage mitigation as the regular one. And DJ also going to be pushed back. Yao is here now too. Man, this is, it's just hard to imagine what it is that they're going to do to try and turn this back around. They're just getting ran at.
One of the problems with Night Stalker, he can solo, as we saw at the start, he was just beating on the Lifestealer. Okay, so he can beat on the Lifestealer. He's not near bottom, but he could deal with the Centaur if he wanted to. And any of the other heroes, he can also just right-click. He was right-clicking the PL. And this hero is just a complete nuisance because none of the other 4 positions can really one-on-one. Maybe Spirit Breaker, I would say, can kind of right-click him down, but that's kind of the only alternative. And even so, Night Stalker is way better in the team fights because fights or takes away.
All right. Well, we have a little bit of a pause here. They need to set up some settings to make sure that they're going to be okay. It does look a little bit like, I mean, at the end of the day, this is a draft that was meant, I imagine, to group up early. What is the point where they like fall too far behind and that's no longer viable?
When Chen doesn't have any items. If Chen can't get like any sort of items, like you either need like Helm Up Dom, Mech, or Scepter. I guess I think Midas in a Scepter before, but you want, or Hood. I suppose you want one big team fight item on the Chen. And if you don't get that, you actually like more useless than most supports in the later game because your creeps are largely irrelevant. I think the plus side is that LG don't have that much AoE to actually deal with Chen creeps, but on the downside, everyone is feeding around the map, and they are just destroying them. Ooh, 11 with the Soul Ring.
Yeah.
I like Soul Ring a lot on side lanes.
Just the fact that you can get a lot of value out of the mango, or what is the...
I think it's a good, small, cheap regeneration item that allows you to keep your farm up without hindering your mid-game item too much. It's like getting an Aquila on an agility hero. It's good for helping you farm, but it doesn't slow down the progression for Yasha.
Yeah, again, they used his doppelganger. There wasn't any way to stop that, and Febby and DJ are now rotating, and Victoria is going to break this smoke, and if they were hoping to wait for the PL to be back up before they can go, it's not going to happen now, and it looks like Ursa's just going to be able to run away also. Maybe DJ can make something happen here. Ohio is showing up as well. He's just doing almost no damage. 1 point in double edge is not nearly enough, and in fact, they're just going to turn it back around and try and run him down. Oh, 11 has shown up as well. He is running down DJ. 4 heroes mid for LGD. QO shows up, but what is he really even going to do? They maybe can take down 11. They do have Grave up and available. Doesn't quite get it off in time. Yao. But Febby is still going to fall. Ended up dying in that Firefly a little bit too long.
So keep in mind, a farm PL can still win this game.
Right.
So they just need to get PL up and running. He is not up and running right now. He has gone for Iron Talon, which means that he needs a lot of jungle time, which means that someone else probably needs to take the helm. If they're all jungling, Lifestealer jungling, Chen's jungling, PL jungling, they're going to lose out. They can only have, I would say, max 2 out of 3. And ideally only 1 out of 3 so that they can actually catch up somehow. However, Night Stalker is extremely good at preventing this sort of play by being able to drop wards during nighttime and just overall being a nuisance around the map so that no one really feels safe farming around the map. So now PL and... Close.
Did that end up... I was wondering if the ghost hit maybe, and that's what slowed his attack or something, but...
Not sure.
Yeah, okay.
But... So they did get away unscathed, but as soon as you start jungling, towers are going to start falling. Yeah. One of the problems with jungling, neutraling, in general nowadays, and it looks like QO is going to be able to get himself a kill on the back of the Arcane Rune. No Grave TP coming out from Yao.
Yeah, he's going to end up going down. In the bottom lane, they were able to take down 11 Fnatic. So a couple kills going the way of them, and that's what you need. And like you said, starting to get these items, it's only a headdress on Chen, but taking a tower could help to further that call. So LGD is taking a tier 2 at the same time.
And they also do not have their mid tower taken down yet. So Fnatic still having that mid T1, they can farm a lot more with that, especially if QO is able to get a good chunk of damage on this.
All right, well, let's see. Moving in, Ohio, he does have 3 points in that hoof stomp, so a longer duration stun you would normally see, but Ame has shown up as well, and now Ajit starting to take a good bit of damage. No level 6, he was so close to it, just a little bit of experience away. He might have been able to jump inside of somebody, but nonetheless, it's another death. This Fnatic will also lose DJ.
That is a value metamorphosis.
Yeah. Tier 2 tower, big team fight win. The way to make it happen. I was wondering what you think about that 3 points up in hoof stomp. Usually you end up seeing more in double edge, right, to be able to have a higher nuke?
Yeah. It depends on what you need from your team this game. Damage, maybe not the best versus a hero like Ursa, who just enraged most of the damage off. They are having damage issues, but at the same time, you can look at the flip side. There's some for longer, you can do more damage to them.
Yeah.
So it's also the double edge build is also better for neutraling with Tranks, but he's I was like, where did Tranks go? He was just they were just on the ground. But he, as I already mentioned, there's going to be plenty of other heroes neutraling in this game. So Ohio can't really have his pick of the cream of the crop. He's going to deal with these risky lane creeps where he could just get lassoed or jumped.
And I guess he is also going for the Blink first build. Sometimes we had seen the Hood before, like you said, to go for more of that farming also. And relatively close to it. That might be one of those other big turning points in this game where they can actually take fights and make stuff happen.
Yeah, because they need that option of the Infest Bomb. I think Light's going to lose a lot of value if you can't invest inside a blinking target or a hiding open target, let's say. So Ajit definitely needs more kills under his belt. PL working his way to Diffusal Blade, and he will have it quite soon.
Oh. Yeah, that will definitely be another big one for him. We actually saw the Terrorblade also go for a Mask of Madness.
So, Ame loves his mask.
Farming. Great stuff. Illusions. They get a little bit of extra attack speed also. Why not?
He's been left alone in a lot of these games. Like, they kind of just leave him to farm and do his own thing. Don't really pressure. They pressure.
Oh no, he's so close to his Blink Dagger. Another 200 gold away as he loses a bit there. Some creeps are going to take some damage as well. 011 revealing that Blink Dagger, newly purchased. Ajit is showing up as well, and actually they might have gone a bit too far. Oh, the Centaur's a little bit mad that his brother ended up going down, but now it's maybe chasing him down in the grave. TP away. 11's going to escape, but Febby's certainly not going to be so lucky as, well, maybe he's trying to juke off to the side. Does he have auto attack on? I'm not sure, but a triple kill for maybe. Another kill going their way. Ame is kind of left alone for the moment. Ohio's showing up as well, and they might be able to bring him down. This would be a huge kill. And indeed, they're going to give it to Ohio. A little bit of revenge going his way.
They're like, oh, they're so low level that they already respawned. Probably what's crossing their mind at the moment. They could just slow things down, take Roche, and then proceed with slaying all of Fnatic's towers. But yeah, look at Ajit's items. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
it hurts.
It's really rough. I mean, Night Stalker is almost ahead of him. And, well, speaking of which, they're getting ready to run in. And Ohio, is this Infest Bomb really going to end up working out for them? They're rotating with all of these heroes. He's going to find the Terrorblade. Maybe they can blow him up right at the start of the fight, trying to do just that. Not going to be able to quite bring him down, though, and maybe still alive. Ajit trying to chase him down, but Yao is still in the area with Grave. They're not going to be able to do it. QO doesn't have Diffusal Blade yet, and they are going to be able to turn this back around now onto Victoria, trying to find the stun, trying to kill him off. They just don't have nearly enough damage. Another big heal bomb comes through. Ajit in trouble. He's going to drop QO. Where's it left to go? I don't know if they have anywhere. Febby's going to be pulled back in. Also, all of Fnatic are just being ripped asunder. 4-5 dead indeed. LGD dominant yet again.
The tower deny is just the cherry on top. Okay, Dazzle, weave. Hello, it was ticking. It was ticking. It was ticking, and then they all died. It's very scary looking at them. They were just buying time for weave. They're like, okay, let's retreat, okay. And then at that point, Urza can just instantly destroy them with a max overpower right now. So Fnatic's game plan has completely fallen flat. I would say that DJ has just been ineffective in his rotations in this entire series. His Earth Spirit died a few times, too many in the early game. In this game, the Chen was being run at, and when Chen is forced to play defensively that early into the game, you know your team is in a really, really bad spot. And I think with this early game lead, like Ursa's not going to fall off like he does typically, and they still have the tower hitting from Ame in case they do need to take objectives instead of just keep fighting. But Fnatic are kind of forced to throw bodies at them. QO did go for the Diffusal Blade, and that is not a farming item.
Yeah, and you know, taking that fight before he actually had it on him in that last one, and you know, like you were talking about the weave, it definitely feels like it's just LGD who are dictating the pace of this game, and you know, Roshan probably going to be the next objective, and I don't see what stops them from storming high ground with that. It's 14 minutes into this game, and it's 11,000 net worth lead.
Fabled 1K per 1 minute. Okay, so let's see. Victoria's poised to the right. I don't really think they can approach from the north because they have no units there. Victoria is going to be able to slaughter this lone skeleton because it prevents any opportunity for a Fest Bomb coming in, and maybe should be able to wrap this up quite cleanly.
Hello, Ohio. Oh, they pull back in the initiator that they needed, and Ohio going to be brought down 30 seconds, no buyback. I don't even know if it would have mattered even if he did have it.
Don't think so. His net worth is still higher than Jit's.
Yeah. It does feel like it's much more the way that they played, though. Like, those 3 heroes rotating mid, the goal was never to get Ajit a ton of farm. You know what I mean? So, yeah. It's tough.
You have to win your other lanes, though. That's the thing about Lifestealer. Lifestealer is actually one of the better sacrifice cores. He actually doesn't care too much because you can just rage and run away, but from the start, he was kind of unsure about which lane to go to. I don't think they wanted to get matched up. They wanted free farm from Lifestealer, but
well, stuns, lots of stuns, triple stuns, stealing mana, trying to make something happen here. Maybe he's chasing QO though, and nowhere left to go. I think that he is going to probably be brought down. Well, the turnaround, Ohio is there again, trying to find this kill. They end up throwing out the Hand of God. Is this the fight that Fnatic need to turn it back around? Now they're still not able to get anybody down, and it looks like, for the moment, Fnatic will hold. They don't lose everybody.
Or anyone.
Yeah.
I think the problems will start compounding too. Look at these items giving us. For LGD, we have the Buckler already for the Dazzle, so even more armor on top of the Weave. He's going to have the mech soon. And then they have the Medallion on a Night Stalker. So we talked about Lifestealer not doing any damage, but he's up against even more armor and even more mitigation coming up from LGD without any minus armor piercing. Like, he doesn't even have a flight still.
He doesn't have an armlet. He doesn't have anything. Yeah. It is a rough game right now.
He has a team, though.
That's right. QO, carry me, please. Hopes and dreams are resting on this guy. He's going bots, you know, pushing out those lanes, making sure that at the very least they'll be able to get something in return if there's like a concerted effort to push down high ground.
Yeah, he needs to play the keep away game.
Oh, that's a lot of creeps. Well, the triple, this actually might end up working out. There's a lot of stuns coming in from DJ, and
he has the Helmet Dominator, so he has 1 extra creep.
Great. Oh, and then the pullback, too. This is the nice thing about Chen nowadays, as well as being able to sort of play the split push Geiken style. So you just send that with QO all the time now? Just keep sending your creeps with them?
They can still die.
Yeah.
And a lot of heroes they can't actually kill, like Ursa, just enrage it off. But yeah, you can make these cute plays here and there, but still, how are you going to win team fights? How are you going to get your PO very, very large? And how are you going to stop this train from rolling you over with its Aegis and so?
Yeah, it feels very much like in any sort of normal engagement, it's always going to be Fnatic just so far behind. And you look at these net worths, you know, almost 10,000 for both the Terrorblade and the Ursa, and then you compare that to where the PL is at, or I mean, where Ajit is at too. Is I mean, he's fallen behind the Night Stalker at this point. But the rotation in LGD wanting to find a pickoff. Who are they going to get? Nobody else but Ajit. He is going to be killed very quickly. Ame on a killing spree, and now we'll see if the rest of Fnatic can get out. QO is here as well as DJ. Might need to use the send back now to try and get QO out of there. Can they actually do it, or are they going to actually try and fight this? Again, the Centaurs coming in, going for the long-range stomp. They are going to be able to pull back yet another, and barely going to be able to walk away from that one, it looks like. Are they going to lose Febby? I think that he might be able to escape. No, they're going to kill off QO as well. 4 are dead. No sendbacks used as far as I can tell, and that is looking really rough.
Caught out in a bad place. You have killed the Batrider a few times, but big ol' Ame is just left large and in charge. And maybe it's kind of just like, okay, I can run at whoever I want and do whatever I want. Which usually just kill them in about half a second.
Well, the respawn times are shorter than the cooldowns at this point, so that's the only thing holding 11 back from pulling in and killing off these heroes. They will retreat for the moment. Let's see, Roshan, Aegis will be acquired in about 18 seconds. And LGD is going to play it safe. No need to try and throw the game away at this stage. Get KB up on Ursa. Is there any worry really to holding off?
PL's this low in net worth, and he's also not going man fight item. Like, Diffusal doesn't give you any HP, BOT doesn't give you any HP. So if he gets lassoed, he is dead nearly instantaneously. So I think that's a problem for them, because you need to be able to win these team fights. And Lifestealer's not going to be able to stand up in front. Centaur can't stand up in front. He's going for a Yules. So, like, who is actually going to be tanking this Terrorblade? Terrorblade's a hero that you actually just generally cannot prevent his damage from coming out. He has all these illusions, and they're generally spread out a decent amount, and they're ranged. So, like, how do you actually prevent the damage? You generally have to tank it up with, like, solar and armor items, but they don't have anyone to do that. So as long as Ame runs Rampant in the team fights, I don't really see Fnatic winning in the split push game, but they still can win. Or sorry, they can't win the team fight game, but they still can win in the split push game. Okay. They know that no one is behind Ame right now, and everyone's coming in. That Observer Ward from behind. Oh, nice try there.
The Manta dodge doesn't end up happening. Ame trying to TP away. Do they have the damage? No, he gets out. Oh, they wanted it so badly. Wow. Oh, it hurts.
That was such a brilliantly set up play by Fnatic. The Observer Ward from behind to make sure that no one's there. The call in for everyone to here, and the Centaur to wear around behind. But Ame, that was a really quick Manta dodge attempt.
God, yeah, just right on the cusp. They took away. He didn't have quite enough mana to deal the damage, and once it was all stolen, it like you're talking about, PL just doesn't have enough DPS right now.
Yeah, he really doesn't. I'm actually not a big fan of this build, but I can understand why players get it. It's like it's kind of a half and half build. You're like decent at split pushing, and you're okay at fighting. But I think the biggest problem is that you don't have any HP. So that means you have to use your doppelganger very early on in the fight. After they clear those illusions, you're dead. I think with a lot of HP, you can start right-clicking to propagate enough illusions that you don't have to use doppelganger until way later on into the fight. And you can tank so that other members in the team can do damage. Like, you still do damage if you go stat items. You're just a little bit tankier in the process. But looks like Lifestealer still gonna be largely irrelevant. Unfortunately, I feel bad for Ajit this game and last game. He's just been under the gun.
I mean, that's what happens, you know? Constantly just getting ran at, and from the very beginning when he was getting bullied in the jungle by the Night Stalker at minute 1.
Yeah, you could tell it's like, that's not a good start for how this game's going to go for Fnatic.
Well, and Fnatic just trying to hold on to anything at all at this point. There's no Aegis, but it really doesn't matter. 18 seconds until Centaur is there. If Fnatic or if LGD want to, they can just back out after the fact. And they might just do that here. Or 11 will go.
Weave is halfway up right now, so this is the perfect time for LGD to fight. And the worst time for Fnatic to fight.
Oh, the jump 40 is just going to be eliminated. Ajit, does he have any way to get out of this one? It doesn't look like he actually jumps inside a QO, almost goes down. Now Ajit trying to run away as well. Maybe he's kind of being controlled, and with Ohio backup, there's just not quite enough there. Can they kill him down in time? No. Dazzle heals are there. The Shrine is the only thing keeping the rest of Fnatic alive, but even that is not enough in the end. QO trying to run down Victoria, but now Big Bad Ame chasing him down as well. They're going to eat him up. 5 dead from Fnatic, and again, GG well played. LGD are looking quite strong in this.
That was fast DC coming up from DJ. Yeah, they just lost their lanes very early on, and you can see why Night Stalker is so strong. He controls the early game very well, and he controls nighttime, which is like 60-70% of the time when he uses his ultimate. Yeah, I'm trying to think of positives for Fnatic. I guess they can identify their mistakes. Like, it wasn't like a super close game, and I think they can, like, Ajit is clearly struggling in the safe lane. Like, he is just getting pummeled. He was, I believe, 7th out of 10th on net worth as your position 1. Right. So your 1 turns into like a 3.5 at that point. That is not good. Also, their offlane is not.
We'll have to see if they can pull it back again. Fnatic's next match will be Liquid, which is going to take place in the series after this one, whereas LGD are going to go up against Empire. For us, we're going to be moving on next. VP versus Digital Chaos will be the next match on this stream. Myself, Lyrical, and Merlini. We'll see you guys in a couple minutes for that one.
That is a really, really big game for especially the PA. Look at that gold swing for him. 1,200 gold gain there for the PA, 800 for the Sand King, and in comparison, EG's heroes barely gaining anything, just a little bit of gain for the puck, but TNC, this is getting scary now. I feel like TNC are leading the game, and you're looking at the gold, and it's like slightly EG favorite, but their game plan is just not working out well enough, and that could have gone even worse for them. If Universe isn't there with that very clutch coil on the Tinker, I think they would have been destroyed that fight. It would have been 5 for 1, 5 for 2 maybe. So Mel just has to be very careful. This time again, he gets caught by the lasso with leap off cooldown, or on cooldown rather. That's right. He didn't have it. He just couldn't really do that much in that fight on his Mirana.
Die. Stalking. Finding an invis rune. If he really wants to do anything about Timt, if he has a little bit of extra help. They don't have that long range arrow. Crit's the only one who's nearby. So yeah, it looks like this is just going to be him trying to leech an Ancient. But Cuckoo is getting into a better position time and time again. Blink as well as BTs.
I think the
hard to catch him out.
Yeah, you got the lens. You generally get lens on Tinker when your next item is the axe. Sometimes you can get it with Dagon, but I think the most common build-up is this exact one where the lens comes before the laser axe upgrade, and then you focus a lot on just getting laser on 2 heroes every single cast.
I just broke the smoke. They had that smoke for a grand total of 0.5 seconds. And he's still got the Observer Ward down. They burned a Dust Charge. So the Obs Ward will remain. And TNC wastes initiation time.
Still gonna get the tower though. I don't think EG has any interest in defending something like this. It's hard right now. Raven, by the way, building into Manta style. Oh, they're gonna hesitate.
The scan pinged. It
Yeah.
actually clipped onto Zai, who was just a little bit further up on the left. So they're very, very worried about an EG initiation.
Bit of the scan actually kind of working against them there. They were totally fine, but they don't have the information, and gives EG a little bit of extra space to work with.
You see how defensive they are with their Obs and Sentry? Like they put both the Obs and the Sentry inside the lane on the bottom. So they're looking towards the tier 1 tower, looking for Drow Ranger to come in with that Silver Edge and move in and just attack. But it doesn't happen. Now they take the tower, and EG have continued to file up the jungle in the meantime.
Raven's gonna move in, start dealing damage to the tier 2 here. Puck gets caught by Sam H here. This is pretty bad for EG. They don't have Oracle in any position to help. I think, yeah, they spotted each other there actually. But Sam H has kind of made a perimeter here that EG aren't interested in coming into, so they're gonna go for the top tier 1. They will get it. GC takes a beating though.
But at the same time, the tier 2 tower's gone. So yep. tier 1 and tier 2 for a tier 1. You'll take that trade, especially with the Tinker on the field. This is more space for Cuckoo, more money for Cuckoo. He's now 100 gold away from having that Aghanims.
Damn, so strong.
Yeah. It's a Phantom Assassin. Deso, Manta, and Vanguard. I'm not certain how they kill him.
They have to...
And if they even focus him, like, do you focus a different target in the fight?
PA is the biggest kill they can find, I think. But it's also one of the harder ones. They need the Silver Edge attack to break Blur, and then they need to hit a stun. The problem is their reliable stun is Dream Coil, and that doesn't last for...
1437 may die here. He's a little bit out, but at the same time, Arteezy being initiated on that Blink Burrow Strike. He's the bigger kill. Starts his TP. They need a crit, and with the damage they have, it will be enough.
Oh!
Woo! Ah, goodbye, universe!
Oh, I love playing this hero.
You just love the Grave of Swords.
Oh!
Another hit, Zai!
It feels good just to watch it, you know?
Time-lapse this.
Yep, he will. But too late.
Yeah, he's still taking the damage. He didn't want to go back into that horrible area. If he waited half a second longer, he might have been able to kill off the courier.
All right, Raven, slow down. Don't crit on every attack, then you won't have it for the fight.
Yeah, because he can control that. Just put down the lucky chance for a second.
This is kind of funny. You look at Crit, and he has 7 urns on the Oracle, but he just can't use them in the fight because heroes are getting bursted too fast. Like, he doesn't really get to heal people up. It's very uncharacteristic to see this many charges on an urn in a competitive game. It happens quite a lot in pub games where you're not watching your economy with it. Doesn't happen many of this urn.
Maybe he's got to put on the Tinker every time he sees him. But
yeah, that's pretty good, but he's never going to be in range.
Yeah, the range is the issue. Phantom Assassin going to be on the run and evade the attack from Zai. Alright, Roshan is up in about 10-15 seconds.
Both teams can kill this very fast. PA, one of the best heroes at killing Roshan. Innately wants to go for minus armor, has the crit, has the evasion, so she can just solo it. Even with just this 10% lifesteal talent, can easily solo out a Rosh here. And now EG, they need to make a move now.
That Abyssal's so close for Raven. Like, they're actually going to have straight lockdown control now too.
Got the bat.
Yeah.
This guy is going to kill everyone if they don't get him under control.
There goes the arrow. They're inside of Roshan. The PA illusion's on its way in too. They deal with it quickly, committing Rift as well as some decent abilities. He's already triggered off his aura. And Tim's, well, wait for the timing. Roshan is low. Stifling Dagger goes in. Rockets as well. Roshan killed by the dive. And the epicenter! TNT! Lacquering it on top of Evil Jesus. Arteezy. Chris trying to keep him alive. Maybe it was enough heal. We'll see if he does pop or not. He doesn't. He's back to full life. They had the buyback from the Weaver. They need to win this fight, but Raven, he's in the thick of it. Looking for the crit. SamH will fall. They'll lose the Gem of True Sight. The Burrow Strike creating a little bit more space here from Tims. They need a little bit more here, TNC. They haven't done it just yet. 1437 will fall. Is there buybacks? You've still got Tims as well as Raven. This two-man Basher army killing off Evil Geniuses. Raven with the ultra kill. And Evil Geniuses committing heavily into that.
Yeah, they bought back both the... What's that?
It was just Weaver.
So they bought back the Weaver, but they dive 5 heroes. Who even got the Aegis in that mess?
I honestly, like...
Aegis was on Sumail, and he died again. The cheese is also used.
Cheese was consumed.
It might have been Arteezy who had it. He got healed to full.
Cheese was consumed by Arteezy. Yeah.
But in spite of that, so they had Aegis, Cheese, and a buyback, and they lost the fight. That's pretty bad. But of course, like the positioning EG are in to take that Rosh is a huge gamble play. I think it was the right choice to try to go for it. But if they get caught like that, 3 or 4-man laser twice, epicenter, 3-man burrow, you're just not winning that fight. But they kind of had to do something. They felt like the game was slipping away.
Are they going to force this? The Burrow Strike! The Sentry Ward was down. They saw him with the fresh Abyssal Blade at the front lines. Zai is gone. That's a dive back for him, and Cuckoo's looking for more. Crit has to false promise himself, allowing them to lasso Universe, bringing him down. And the bottom racks. It was Evil Geniuses that helped TNC fall apart. Now the shoe is most definitely on the other foot. And they get another Blink Burrow. Crit will fall. Arteezy trying to be the cannon under the tier 4 towers. They will actually bring down SamH. The PA into the back lines. The laser, the rockets, the bash. Arteezy will fall. And EG will lose a second lane of racks guaranteed. The question is, how much longer do they stick in this game? Do they believe they still have what it takes? The draw lineup has failed.
Yeah, it's pretty much failed at this point. I mean, it's still possible. I don't think they should GG out. There is a chance of getting a fight that they win. And the reason, I think the chance that they have is still that PA doesn't have a BKB. He might buy one now, or he might just go even harder on the damage. So they can kill Raven with the right combination where everything just clicks. Like you hit a good arrow, you get Silver Edge off, and everyone bursts him. It is really, really hard though. And I don't think they're going to win the fight if they don't kill Raven first. I think he's just going to slowly kill everyone together with the Tinker.
But there's no way they can do it though.
This Manta style was actually a really key pickup. He used it in that last fight at the Roche Pit to remove Fate's Edict. It's one of the good counterplays EG have to this PA, and it just doesn't exist. When he gets disarmed, he just breaks it and kills the Oracle right away, because Oracle has to expose himself to even get that spell off. And he can get punished really, really hard by Raven. And TNC very well executed game in my opinion here. This is not easy to play. Like when you're playing against a Drow lineup and you're this far behind this early, it's difficult. But they found the two fights that they needed to put themselves in a great position. And now it looks like Raven, no BKB planned. He's gonna go for the butterfly once he gets that.
Yeah.
How do you kill this guy?
You don't. It's just that simple. Evil Geniuses can wish hope pray that he just goes in solo and away from everyone else from TNC, but they can't control. They don't have that wonderful chronosphere that Universe could bring in game 1. Instead, it's Tim's being the aggressor. Tim's Bara Strike catching out 2-3 heroes every time. He's only now just looking to build up his Aghanim Scepter. He's been hitting absolutely everything. I think he's done more control than we've seen from Sam H. Sam H is almost like that little distraction birdie, the red flag to the bull kind of thing. Go and attack this. Go and try and control this. Crick, you commit your false promise to control that.
It's actually true.
Like you can't.
He's level 15 on Bat Rider, and the Sand King's level 21.
You can't false promise 3 heroes in a line start.
No.
And now you got the BKB at least for Arteezy. He has this, but it's got no way to give distance. Like there's no Also keeping in mind, like he went for the Shadow Blade, the Silver Edge, to try and counter against the Phantom Assassin. He never was able to get his Hurricane Pike. He never was able to get that repositioning item, which you kind of need to have for Drow Ranger in the fight.
Yeah, it's a fair point that he could have gone for a Force Staff after that Shadow Blade, or maybe even before, and then finished the Silver Edge.
Oh, here they come.
Hurt him.
Moonlight Shadow, they're right on top of TNC. How do they do it? The Global Silence 1437, cancelling them off. Zaya's low. Does he have a way out this one? Will he survive long enough? The Epicenter, BKB at least protects Arteezy for the moment, but Cuckoo into the trees, spamming out the damage, and Raven crits against Samael. Look at the damage! They can't even hit him! They're trying and trying, but the blind hitting the very, very visible. EG will lose 4 and the game. TNC will get a 1-1 result by taking game 2 in this first series of TI7.
If you pick Raven for your fantasy team, I think you gave a lot of points this game. 19-0, 230 CS.
I can't bring up the board anymore. Yeah, Raven. Hey, man, Raven is one of the big ones. I think the only downside for TNC was the fact they have 2 series today, maybe. Either way.
Oh, they only have 2 series. Then I guess you shouldn't pick them for you. I believe EG has 3 today, and Liquid have 3.
EG definitely has 3 coming up today. And of course, there's a lot more Dota coming up. There's still probably the other streams going on. We're running 4 consecutive streams for the group stage. So every Dota, you can check them out from 1 to 4. They're all there. Syndra and I will be here on the main stream for the next 2 series as well. So we'll have OG going up against the artist formerly known as MP, and then Secret versus Infamous will be coming up as well. The other 2 games coming up later on with LD and Lumi. Newbie versus Cloud9 and EG versus Liquid. So EG will start and end our day on stream 1. Hope you're having a great time watching, and of course Syndra and I will return for our second series.
top. Kuroki went for the sneaky play, went up, dropped the walls, did claim the tier 2. If Liquid can get back in, despite being 2 members down, this could be strong. BKBs have been popped.
No exorcism, no god strength.
Yeah, IGV realize this though. They themselves are backing up. They know that they have to fight with these big ultimates. So at the end of the day, Liquid, you know, they lose a couple of lives, but they do get IGV away from the pit. And as we saw, you know, Kuroki does take a tier 2.
Yeah, it was a very scrappy kind of engagement. Like, there's an engagement happening on the right and an engagement happening on the left. Dogfights actually get super clutch silence coming out there for them to be able to clean up GH without having Matu get like a good setup for a chrono. So they actually thwarted could have been a pretty devastating fight for themselves there. And yeah, like you said, Kuroki doing that nice cheeky play top.
They get back in, that's the question. God strength is back up, and here we go, straight down. Nice Fisher though, coming out in time. We'll give Liquid the time to reset and get outside of the pit.
Everyone's respawned on Liquid here now, and Exorcism is still on cooldown for about 40 seconds. God Strength is halfway expended.
Oh, but they've got a good grab though. The perfect jump onto Matt. Oh, the instant silence as well. GH tried to jump in to save, but just as the blink came through, he was silenced immediately. Couldn't get a single spell off, and that will seal the Roshan here for IGV. Liquid now with 2 down. Not a lot they can do to stop it this time round. Ages into the pocket of Paparazzi. And yeah, IGV is coming back in at the right time. Nearly was falling to the time there where it looked like Liquid were going to have another chance to reinitiate, but if they're getting that sort of jump onto Matumba Man, taking the Void out, meaning for the whole duration of that fight, there was just no chance for Matumba Man to use the Chronosphere. It's going to be IG's fight any day of the week.
He's really suffering to find those. It's this vision game. It's this vision advantage. It's being able to just jump in with the Batrider, find those clean initiations because of the ward that they have placed. That one ward right there, they're perfect. Fighting around the Roche pit, they get that deep one. That's one of those. This one around the Ancient is one of those. It's known, but it's not expected because you expect everyone else to ward that high ground, the natural high ground spot. So it's a very good ward placement for them to take that Roche fight. Bottom lane, Dogfights. Dropping down to the Fisher meatball.
That's something. And it's, you know, you can never write off a game where Liquid Hammer on the Invoker. It's always going to come down to how can Vitality break high ground. They've obviously got great push, no doubt about it, with the Death Prophet and the Sven. But there's still tier 2s, there's still tier 3s. So despite the fact that IGV have this lead, again, definitely a game that one fight and that whole 4K gold lead can totally turn around.
Yeah, the lineup of Liquid scales super hard. Like Invoker and Void, their items just keep getting more and more and more powerful. Once Void gets like Manta and the Diffusal finished up, he doesn't have to worry so much about those silences and just getting picked off like that. He actually has his own save mechanic. And Invoker just becomes, of course, you know, an absolute beast when you get your level 25, you get your Octarine, etc., your Lincolns, you have actual saves. Kuroki.
He's kind of been left behind it.
Isolated.
Yeah, the rest of Liquid will get themselves out. Kuroki will not be as lucky. IGV take down the Shaman.
I mean, look how much. The thing is that Kuroki's actually doing very well this game too in his net worth. He's almost more than halfway to an Aghanim. That can actually have a pretty big factor into this game.
I mean, I've seen some clips where Aghanim Shaman really does do a hell of a lot of work. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it really is.
We've all seen the one where Jimmy goes and snipes the Ancient.
Yeah, that one
was
was
the tier 4s. It's
classic.
ridiculous. Well, it hits both tier 4s at the same time, right? Or something.
Yeah, it's a split shot and they get the increased range.
Yeah.
It's a nice change. It's interesting to see that people go for it now.
Very good for the defense as well, because I guess if you look, you've not really got the best heroes to man up and punch down the wards.
No,
I mean, yeah, it's
like
not
Death
great.
Prophet. Sven he can walk up, but Matu.
Again, same spot. That ward's still there, yet to be dewarded.
That ward is winning them
so much. Yeah.
It's winning them in the last like 10 minutes.
It really has, and it's been ruining Matu's game.
I think they had another one placed in that area too, right before these fights happened.
I think they're the first one get dewarded.
I think the first one did,
and then they just moved the placement.
Yep. Yeah. Sakata now, Exorcism expended. It's about 3/4 of the way done. But they'll be able to get a little bit of tower damage with it.
I mean, they'd love to try and force out the buyback, but only being down for 20 seconds, it's because of the low level he's at as well. In fact, overall hero levels, how's he sitting? He's down, and Matu is not getting much at all from this game. And you know, despite the fact that he had that solo lane at the start, it's really fallen apart from him. He's only level 14. He's less levels than the Oracle.
Yeah.
He's really struggling in experience.
Oracle gets an XP gain talent. Right? We'll give it.
We'll give him that. Yeah,
20% can add up
very easily.
No, but he's definitely having a rough game. We saw that the one Chrono top was definitely a big example that he's
because they're still going to have all that damage as long as they keep building into other ranged heroes as a part of this as well. Enigma taken out of the pool.
And now also the Nature's Prophet. Do you need to start to draft really to protect the Drow Ranger also, since Silencer is only really tool to do that is global?
I mean, well, they still have a ton of other picks, and it depends on what their mid laner is a lot. I think like mid laners like Puck, I think they work very well with the Drow Ranger because it's a ranged hero, firstly, and secondly, you actually get a decent amount of right clicks off on Puck, and thirdly, you can keep heroes from getting to the Drow Ranger. That's the most important part about playing a Drow Ranger strat, is preventing heroes from rushing the Drow. And Silencer's not bad. Like you can just global after Faceless Void ulti, or right before Faceless Void ulti, ideally, but that doesn't always happen. And then just as they're running away, then you can go ahead and kill them. So I wonder what kind of lineup Virtus Pro are going to go for right now. This is because the draw pick just came out for them. What do they want? How do they want to handle this? Nature's Prophet is good at just making things chaotic. Like you're actually fast paced, so you can match the tempo of the Drow Ranger, and you can also I think it's not terribly easy for Drow Ranger to deal with the NP treants very early in the game, so you require supports.
It's going to be an Earth Spirit taken, and now a Clockwork immediate answer. I'm assuming that that's going to be for Bulba. It's sort of, you know, his hero quintessentially, but certainly, you know, if they want to take into the offlane, that could work as well. But the Earth Spirit, it reveals a lot, and as you mentioned, still not great D-push. Good team fight. Kind of rough on the dealing with keeping those lanes pressured.
It shores up their lanes though, and they can also gank their Drow Ranger with it. Oh, yeah, the problem is the Clockwork pick came out immediately after, and yeah, Ogre is seen as a pretty strong roamer, but Clockwork is, I would say, stronger than both of these heroes at the moment. Bat Rider coming out for Virtus Pro. One very, very good way to deal with the Drow Ranger. Just high ground is almost impenetrable. The Faceless Void Bat Rider, as long as they have their decent items. So now they're going to reel it back in a little bit, not putting the pressure on them to push the high ground early. Shadow Fiend that skills throughout the entire game, and the Clockwork SF. Many expected it to be patched out, but it has not been, and it will continue to wreak havoc on those mid laners that depend on. It's a close matchup, I would say, but one of the best mid laners, Abed. Yeah, maybe even better, I would say. I don't know. That's tough. I would say probably Abed's better mechanically in the early game, but no one's generally more solid in the late. But I mean, no one's still very mechanically skilled in the.
I mean, this looks like the quintessential DC draft too, though. You have all these heroes that are enabling Abed to kind of go off in this game. He's going to be a Shadow Fiend, starting with around like 12 to 15 souls, and then also Drow Ranger aura on top of that. What do you even pick to try and deal with it? Do you need to like a lean or something?
Well, I think firstly you need to keep on the Silencer. If Silencer gets big, you're going to have a really tough time. Because you're not going to be able to like kill him at the start of the fight, and he's going to be able to do a lot of damage and position himself well for global. And Shadow Fiend, you kind of just have to accept he's going to have a lot of fun. He's going to have damage from Clockwork Souls, and he's going to have a lot of damage from the Drow Ranger. So, like, how do you outlane like a 80 damage Shadow Fiend in the early game? You're just not going to be able to. So, I mean, they do have a good anti-BKB piercing control or BKB piercing control in the Faceless Void ultimate and the Bat Rider ultimate, so that's already pretty good. I think they just need right now just a right clicker in the mid lane to synergize with Bloodlust. Trying to think of the heroes that would be good for them. Shadow Fiend would probably be pretty good for them themselves. TA is like okay, I would say. Actually, TA is pretty good here. I wouldn't mind TA so much. I'm trying to think of any other heroes that are good right clickers in them. Because you want Bloodlust, you don't draft Ogre without a hero to blow. Sniper's already been banned.
You don't think Lena's something where it's just more attack speed on top of attack speed?
So you get diminishing return.
Yeah.
So I also don't like it that much versus a lean. Think of what else. I guess Storm's okay, but it's not that great with the Faceless Void. I don't know. It's hard to think of ranged, good right clickers that can synergize well with Faceless Void. I guess maybe okay, they banned TA, so that one's out.
Oh, is that a Forev win range, or is that a Bulbo win rate?
They'll probably see what the matchup is in the top lane.
Yeah,
but I would prefer the Clockwork, I think, to. I don't think Wind Ranger's that great of a roamer.
Could you like dual lane them together, I guess, too?
Oh. Well, Viper's a good matchup. versus SF. It's okay, I would say 1-on-1. It's about I would say maybe even just a tiny bit SF favored in the early game, but Clockwork plus Drow will just make this early game very difficult. So it will be 4Ev support and Boba. Wait, yeah, okay, sorry, offlane Wind Ranger. Yeah, I think Wind Ranger needs levels a lot more badly than the Clockwork does.
Well, game number 1 soon to be underway. Virtus Pro facing off against Digital Chaos here in the first game of Group B International. I think that we're the quickest since that LGD Fnatic game finished up pretty quickly. And yeah, are you thinking that the DC have what it takes here against what I'm sure is the favorite in Virtus Pro?
I personally like DC's lineup a decent amount more. It's just the Wind Ranger I have a big question mark about. There's a ton of ways to deal with her. Like the silence is really good, the Bat Rider's pretty good, and you don't want your Wind Ranger to be poor to the point where she might as well have been a support. And I'm worried that's what's going to happen to 4Ev this game. She does have Drow Aura, so I guess that kind of makes up for it. So that's the only hesitation I have with choosing DC over Virtus Pro. But Drow Ranger, it looks like a pretty good Drow Ranger game. Drow lineup game, rather.
I'm really interested to see if if Wind Ranger's going to be able to bully the Ogre at all with that extra damage that you were talking about. Because that would be normally the way that you play one of these like ranged offlaners with Drow Aura, right? Is you punch the support, force them back, and then you're secure at a decent amount of levels and everything else. But Ogre is obviously known for being hard to bully around. He's a big bad bruiser.
Yeah, I don't know if you want your Ogre over there, though, to deal with the Wind Ranger. You want him to deal with the SF, right?
Oh, okay.
That's the hero that you actually want to keep down in the early game. So, normal Cog shenanigans coming out in the early game. I'm trying to do my predictions quickly. Who's going to get a lot of kills?
It's got to be Abed, right? I don't know. No one is also just a monster.
Most kills in the first 10 minutes.
Nine souls here for Shadow Fiend. I think he used to be able to get up to 18. It's not super easy though, because then you have to like sacrifice a bounty rune potentially. And I love this play by VP. This is like the big classic thing that's been going on against Shadow Fiend Clockwork is you try and roam in and kill him as he's going for the bounty rune. But it looks like DC sort of prepared for this. They brought 4 heroes to try and protect Abed.
And ooh, it looks like they were going to try and approach from the south, but they are approaching from the north. Boba is going to go up in front.
Trying to man the front of this. He will have cogs. Abed is there. He's going to walk forward, get scouted out by all of them. Boba ended up walking back away. Can he separate them? He is going to be able to, but the jump forward, and Abed possibly going to die. Fairy Fire keeps him alive, but he will have to head back home. Now can no one get out of here? Not going to happen. Dubu drawing first blood. -2 for that Viper. We'll see if they can block off Solo as well. Boba gets the body blocks, getting all that movement speed from the boots, and DC striking first, 2-0 to begin.
Whew. They didn't even kill Abed. He did have to use a Fairy Fire, but he already has 15 souls, so he's okay with that. And no one already died in the mid lane. I believe he did give up some intel, and it looks like 2 heroes that gave up intel. Silencer stating at a whopping 38 seconds into the game.
We'll see if they can get Mason. The roll-in was a little bit slow. I'm not sure if he dropped the boulder there, if he even wanted to. He just wanted to get into lane and punch him a few times, but it is sort of a little bit of a weird dynamic now, because it's Mason left alone for the moment since they had to go and protect the Shadow Fiend, but now he's back in lane. Do you expect no one to have a really rough time in this matchup from this point forward?
Not too much, because they don't, like, how do you actually kill him? You need Clockwork to wrap around behind, and Clockwork is showing it. So he should be okay for a little bit of time. I mean, if Viper ever really feels scared, Shadow Fiend can just, or he can just run back. It's not like Shadow Fiend can stun or slow them. It's mostly just all on Boba. And looks like Ogre is going to be sitting around mid. I would say more on the top lane is where we want to look. Is Pasha going to be able to put pressure on Mason? Because Mason, do not want Drow Ranger to get level 6 early, because that's going to make your problems even worse.
As it stands, I mean, Abed is hitting for 89 damage at this early point in time in the game. It is quite hard to deal with. But that being said, no one here, 5-4 so far, and that's kept Abed back at least for the moment, with the creep wave going to be pushing in a little bit, I believe. They're doing a good job of keeping it there, even though there's the 2 range.
Still 90 damage, though.
Yeah. they're pushing him back again. This is not the easiest thing in the world, and Bulba's going to have to come back here again to help him.
Yeah, he's a self, so he's fine. And yeah, this lane should, I would say, be a wash at this point. No one doesn't have any mana left, so Abed can actually maybe pull ahead a little bit in CS. Pasha is getting a lot though out of this top lane. He doesn't really feel scared at all.
It is going to be Lil heading down to get the bounty rune, so he's alone for the moment, but even still able to stay here and you know, make sure that he's getting levels in spite of it. Bottom lane, 1v1 matchup, Ferev versus the Faceless Void. It seems like, for the moment, Ferev's been able to handle a pretty decent time staying away from the Faceless Void and just dealing little bits of chip damage to him.
Yep. I was thinking about other offlaners that are ranged, and it's really only
Zabed dead? What? Oh man, that's really not good. He just got ran down.
The double slow?
Yeah.
The 1-1-1. Oh, there goes most of his souls. Now at 9.
But other offlaners you were saying that could have been good in that situation?
Yeah, it's really just Puck, but they first banned Puck. So that's pretty much the only two offlaners that you could see with the Drought Aura.
And I mean, it does feel like it's going to be okay for the moment, at least. He's level 4, having himself a decent time and topping the CS charts about 6 ahead of that Void. I mean, it's still looking like it's a pretty decent start at this point for DC. It's just that Abed is still sitting only at 7 last hits for himself.
Yeah, he is just kind of just sitting at tower, not really doing that much.
I don't know, is this like a problem? Like, it feels as if he's missing a couple of these CS that aren't like fully contested, or is it just that it's how scared you have to play against Viper?
I think the Ogre had a big part to do with it. He like kept pulling the wave back towards his side, and the positioning of the creep wave would have forced Abed to come down into the river, which just never really where you want to be.
More damage going in. Lil is chasing Mason down. 4 stacks on top of him, and DC going to lose their carry. It looks like Pasha will die, so that's a +2 for Dubu. Currently sitting with 6 stolen intel. Bulba also did get a haster, and he might be trying to wrap in here in a little bit. But looks like he has to wait for that perfect opportunity, and now maybe is that moment. Haster's worn off. He can't get in there in time.
They definitely need Bulba to make some more moves. He did a really good job of preventing the first blood happening, but he is not really doing a good job after that of making sure that Abed gets his farm, and he's trying to stack right now, it looks like, for Shadow Fiend. And that's really, I would think, the best move for him, especially with the creeper in this position, and with that Observer Ward placed by Solo, there's very little room to gank no one.
Looks like also Lil is showing up here. They will spot out that means there's a ward up on the high ground. I don't even know if Lil dropped a boulder for that one. Like, as soon as they realized what was happening, he just decided to give up on it and scout out that there was a ward, there was a ping, and might even go to deward that in a little bit.
Yep. Now Viper's almost 6 too, so he can threaten solo kills on SF all the time now. Just needs to TP scroll on Abed to feel a little bit safe.
Down bottom, Solo and Lil, this dynamic duo of like melee supports, they keep on moving around and sort of forcing whoever is there back and away. Looks like Ferev was just going to the shrine, still saving that point for the moment and getting the maxed out power shot. What's really going to be like the goal of Ferev in this game? Is he just like a lane pusher and a eventually tower taker? Does he have to be DPS?
Wind Ranger with Drower is always DPS. I mean, he does have that long duration stuns though. They don't actually have that much lockdown in their team, so he can have those long duration disables that you need.
Uh-oh. Oh, the stun silence.
Okay.
Trying to get out of there. Yeah, he'll make that escape. So good decision there. He'll power shot Solo as well on his way out. Does have 9 stick charges as well.
Right now, I think the Wind Ranger's main job is just to be a pain in the ass to the Void. Like, Void can't really go on a Wind Ranger. Anytime you go up to him, he's just going to wind run. And even if you want to Chronosphere him, you have to worry about the instant cast Wind Run coming out before. So, like, But you need to disable it at some point, or else he's going to land a shock when you're going to die. So it's not easy for him. And on top of that, Ramsey has to deal with 2 other forms of silence.
Oh, nicely done there. Can he get out? They're trying to chase in for this one. He will not have time lock for another 7 seconds, but Lil is there to keep his carry alive. We'll see if they can power shot. Not quite on the mark. That means that Ramses will escape.
Mason tanked up a few hits just so he could keep that siege creep alive. That was worth half his HP, it looks like, and is it going to be enough to keep the tower alive? The flame break.
I wanted to do it. It's taken and dealing a good bit of damage here, but oh, it looks like they're going to have to back out yet again. Pasha making sure that they aren't able to take that tier 1 tower. So we're about 7.5 minutes in. It's only been 2 to 3 as far as the kills are concerned. In terms of net worth, it's Virtus Pro with a slight lead, but it does feel like, at least for the moment, DC are coming up on a timing when they can maybe start to group together and burn through these towers. Do you think that that's sort of the look, the way the game needs to go for them?
Not when SF is this poor. Look at the net worth on SF. He's half Vipers.
Jeez.
Yeah, so they need stacks for him to catch up. And ideally some Dragonkin spawns on the side so that he can just triple raise those and get back into the game. Because right now he's poor. He did have 90 damage at the start, but it has not been enough to even come close to dealing with Viper in that early game. So, yeah, he has jungle time. There's a triple stack there, but unfortunately no other stacks for him. They really need these T1 towers so that SF can buy some more time.
So is what we're learning here that an ogre in a lane is worth more than like Clockwork, Hogs Abuse, and Drow Range Aurora, or was this just no one sort of outplaying Abed, do you think?
I think it's just Viper being one of the best lane dominators in the game.
Okay.
So that hero is dreaded in any matchup.
People talk always about how they don't like playing it, but I guess if you come away and win a lane that hard, it's you like winning more than you like not playing Viper.
Yep. Sure. It might have been a misclick in the mid lane too. Look at this observer ward inside the middle of the river.
Oh.
He might have meant to place a sentry ward there, and then instead they have. It looks like a misclick because they already have an observer on the high ground, and you generally just don't place wards inside the river.
Yeah, normally not. That's not the way that Dota's usually played. Oh, VP.
That's the funniest thing when you're like playing with someone newer and you're like, okay, we need vision on top rune, and then they just place a ward on top of the rune.
Yeah. Oh, I know. And, well, you can see up top here too. It's going to be a quick kill. Win run got off, but when you bring 4 heroes like that, it's going to happen. I mean, I think I placed. There's one time where I accidentally placed 2 sentries, but it actually turned out there were 2 observer wards.
Uh-oh, Bulba.
He's in trouble too. Solo, no point up and no mana currently for Fire Blast, so that will be the Clockwork escaping. And Dubu actually is going to scout out Pasha. This would be a decent kill for him, getting a nice little bit of intel again. He's starting to burn down a little bit low, but the juke around the trees means they will not find him. Pasha getting away with one there.
It's clarity. Or sorry, his Tranquils are still up too, so that's good. Ramsey's getting a lot of time. Looks like he might be able to get this top tower down. I mean, he's getting a lot of damage on it. This is the Faceless Void who had a really rough early game. But now he's number 2 on net worth. Ramsey's solid performance.
Very happy with that one for sure. It is SF caught up a little bit. He's still, you know, a decent chunk, about 1,000 gold behind the Viper. But there are other heroes that are sort of making up for that as well, and it is Drow Ranger 6 that's online now as well. So the extra damage coming in to all those heroes will make this jungling a little bit more rapid.
Still need a lot more farm on SF. He's getting particularly lucky with this monk. He has a lot of magic resistance creeps, but no one has felt no pressure this game. He just sits in mid and just right-clicks the SF with impunity. No one even thinks about touching him.
And has that health talent as well, so he's at 1,700 HP as well as 9 armor on him. He is very hard to deal with. Bottom lane though, maybe going to be something to happen, and Pasha has shown up to help out the Earth Spirit. Is he going to end up dying to that Arcane Curse? It does look like he's going to end up going down to Dubu, but Mason too might be the one that ends up falling. Frev trying to find something in return. He will have another power shot in 3 seconds. Can he actually manage to find Pasha? He's going to shoot one off, and instead they'll chase after Solo. So they do get out on the Bat Rider, and they only end up losing the 2 supports.
Looks like Drow Ranger wasn't able to spend all her gold before dying, unfortunately, so Mason will be set back a decent amount from that death. And with that, Pasha should be able to get his Blink right now. He didn't die in that last skirmish. That's great for VP.
Yeah, really great. And, you know, he's a hero that has a lot of other damage on the rest of his team, I would say, particularly no one at this point. So, you know, he can find those pickoffs with the Blink Dagger. Sometimes you run into issues where the rest of your team doesn't have that damage. Solo gonna place down a couple wards, get fantasy points for all those people out there.
Heck yeah.
Doesn't quite find Mason though.
Who'd you put in your fantasy lineup?
I don't know. I think I put Cuckoo in. Although for supports, yeah, I don't remember. I'll have to check in between games. That's the real meta though. Figuring that stuff out. Nobody from Group B, because they have 2 games versus 3 games for all Group A. Thought that was going to be a roll-in, but just trying to clear through the trees, make sure that nobody is scouting over there.
He thought that they had a reserve reward in between the T1 and T2, and they saw Bulba running up, but he almost ran at the cliff, but he just backed out at the last second. Looks like Dubu placed a ward, and they know exactly where it is. And Bulba trying to scout a little bit with the Rocket Flare, and we'll also see where Virtus Pro is.
Vision, Solo coming in. I'd see if they could make something happen against that SF, but it looks like for now DC just going to give up the tower. They don't want to fight if they know that they're going to end up losing the engagement. Hold off, get yourself some more farm on that SF, and then take the fight that you want.
Yeah, no one is crushing these towers though. Max Nether Toxin.
Are they going to be able to force a fight here? Got a lot of heroes in the area. Oh, that was a nice play. Ends up breaking the Blink Dagger. He will have it back up again in a second, but the Shackle onto 2 as well. Might be able to find 1 kill here and just get out. We'll see if it's indeed going to be the case or not. Bulba instead is just going to have to be the one that ends up falling. Ramsey's going to be able to run him down. But, you know, you'll take that gank. Get the rest of the team out of there.
They did blow global for that, though. And Wind Ranger was unable to connect on that last power shot, going for the super risky build on the Orchid first. This is a Mason special himself. I think he likes it. Might have influenced Forev a bit.
What's the thought behind this build here? What's the big play?
Probably deal with the Void, I would say. But they already have multiple silences, so it's overlapping defenses. And secondly, it gives you no defensive ability.
Top lane also. They found Abed. Is going to get chronoed mid-animation. Ends up dropping. So Lasso and Chrono used, but it's big for another hefty blow to this Shadow Fiend. He's still far behind, but you do see that there's like...
Bottom lane?
It's not incredibly far behind. All right, nice pick off there. Frev's going to end up going down. Bulba trying to see if he can kill off no one. Mason almost dead as well. He is going to end up being able to find that kill, but died afterwards. Help indeed.
That was a 4v1.
Oh my god.
And he killed 2 of them.
So what you're saying is that no one's pretty big right now. A hard man to take down.
They just don't really have the damage without SF there. Drow went for Lance first. Lance is okay on Drow if you're actually hitting towers, but there's still a lot of towers up, and I don't think they're strong enough to just straight up push like that. But it is useful for Pyke. Pyke extremely useful against Face's Void, and I don't know. I still see Viper being a big issue. I like Silver Edge a lot versus Viper. You get rid of corrosive skin, and you also just limit his damage output, and you can actually kill him super easily without poisoning your entire team.
And they will have Global up again, but like you said, if they do end up, you know, being able to find that Viper, we saw what happened last time. Granted, that was without Global, but a lot of these things don't really matter that much because they're all passives anyways, so he doesn't care about Global Silence.
Nope.
So DC, again, searching for an answer. In your eyes, what's that like item? Because Shadow Fiend's also going for a Dragon Lance, and that's just sort of more stats, right? Does he need to like wait for a BKB or something like that before he's able to fight? Or some other big damage item possibly?
I don't think he can wait for BKB.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what other item you go. I say Silver Edge, but Shadowblade is going to even be a long time coming, let alone a Silver Edge. So I don't think that's the item to wait for. What other things are we talking about? Wind Ranger, I guess, is going for Orchid, but I actually don't foresee Orchid making that big of a difference. It might get like 1 or 2 kills at the start, but Faceless Void already going for Manta style. He knows he's up against Global Silence and at least one other Silence in the Drow Ranger, so he's kind of already well protected, I would say, against the Orchid.
Alright, well, DC did just spot that the Ogre TP'd in bottom, so they realize they're not going to be able to make a defensive rotation with the Ogre at the very least, and they're going to try and wrap around, see if they can find somebody else, and Pasha would be a pretty tasty pickoff. It looks like if they want to, they could go for that Arcane Curse. No, he blinks away! They scout it out. Oh, and that would have been a big moment if DC could have found that pickoff. Still might have been tough since he was under tier 1 tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Jump forward, Pasha, he's going to pull back in. The Wind Ranger, Global Silence is there, so they won't be able to chrono afterwards. And, well, never mind. They chrono him immediately after the Global Silence wears off, and now that's going to be Forev brought down. One of the best D-push tools, and VP immediately running towards the Roach pit.
I thought this Wind Ranger was going to pay off a lot more for them considering their early start. But I think going for the Orchid, like even a mech I think would have been pretty useful for a team so they can actually have more team fight and not all die to the Viper. But I think the Orchid is just, it's too one-dimensional in that it's trying to deal with the Faceless Void, but it can't even deal with the Faceless Void. I mean, maybe a fast Bloodthorn would actually be okay because everyone critting would sounds okay, but the problem is you just die.
Yeah.
You just get lassoed and they had to blow Global immediately, and then you have no mobility after. You can't actually run in and out of the fights at ease. Maybe when you get level 20 with the invisibility on the Wind Run.
And I mean, the other thing is, it's not even, you're still going to have to commit Global in a little while to deal with it because Void is going to have Manta style soon. So even dealing with him is not going to be particularly easy. Orchid alone is not enough. It does definitely feel like DC do not have that many options available for them, but VP, you know, they've been looking really solid and constantly making the right rotations, good reads.
They buffed up their Viper. I think that's a big difference between VP and DC this game. They look like they were about to get SF off to a really good start, preventing his first blood, giving him a lot of souls with a Drow aura, and then in the mid game he just completely falsified and is unable to do any damage at all.
And this is, like, you know, quintessential too. You can just stay down here in the lane and there's nothing that they can do to really touch him. The nice part about Wind Ranger here is, you know, the low cooldown, the 4 mana regen. You should be able to keep the lanes pushed out, but Pasha now with the 4 staff used, caught back up again with the Blink Dagger, the roll in from Lil, the stun, the kick, the kill. No one on a killing spree. I mean, you sort of take those deaths though, right? Like, I don't know. It feels like there's just no other way to do it. You have to keep the lanes pushed.
Ideally. I'd say there are better ways, like power shouting from the fog, arcane curse from the fog, using Drow aura. There are a lot of ways I think they can do it without feeding away deaths. I think if it's a support, it's okay, but Wind Ranger, you need items on her. Well, maybe not Orchid, but other items. The thing about Orchid is like it has to be like the perfect setup too. Like potentially you could Orchid a Bat Rider before he lassos on top of you, potentially, but that's really high risk as opposed to things like Maelstrom, Blink, which is a pretty safe build. Lincoln's, I think, it holds some value this game too, so you don't get lassoed. Like these are pretty good items that are generally just very safe. Like you're not going to get you're going to get value out of the item even if you die. For like Orchid, you're not going to get value out of it if you die, and it's I think. I kind of foresee his game being shut down too. I honestly don't see where it's gonna go now that Ramses already has his Manta style, and even if he's super afraid of the silence, he can still go for BKB. Right. And I don't think he really needs to, but if he just wants Pasha, or sorry, no one to do all the damage, why not?
Totally. Well, certainly it's a tough situation to be in right now for DC. VP for them, it's going to be tier 2 towers across the map that want to be taken next. You still have the Aegis for another 2 minutes. Do you think that they are in any rush at all to try and like go for a quick tier 3 tower, or do you just go around and finish off all the tier 2s?
Well, you know win range is going to be useless. You know SF had a really, really tough game, and you still have very good anti-BKB. But on it, they still have the Aegis for quite some time. Viper at 20
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back again to the International 2017 Stream C. We're going to be taking a look at game number 2, Digital Chaos facing off against Virtus Pro. I'm Lyrical, joined as well by Mr. Merlini. Oh man, we're seeing a silencer again. Do you think DC have a different plan, something else up their sleeves? It's looking really similar so far.
They won't let the mid lane get crushed.
Okay.
If Abed has a bad game, you're going to have a bad time.
Well, a different opening for Virtus Pro. Now here's the real question. Do they do the same thing they did at the Summit and never play the same hero twice?
It's not worth the money is way more than the prestige of doing that.
Okay.
Let's just put it that way.
Fair enough. Well, they're starting it off at least in somewhat similar. It's going to be a Darkseer and a Sven. Certainly a strong combination, and they can follow it up with a lot of different teamfight heroes depending upon what they need.
Silencer's really bad at stopping a Sven.
Wow. First phase quap. Now this is something that we saw more often happen in Southeast Asia in the TI qualifiers. They would take one of Quap or Lina because they were like two of the strongest laning heroes in the game, and then they would basically give up the other. Do you think that that's still viable at all? Like, what's the worry in picking a Quap this early?
You get Viper.
Okay. So is that the ban now? Do you ban out Viper? Viper Razor?
I don't think they should. Considering what happened last game. Okay, yeah. They immediately banned it out, so that's good. Razor is not good. Razor's, I think, actually, Quap's one of his worst matchup. Who else is good? Lina, I would suppose. I don't know. You don't necessarily have to focus on the middle lane that much. I also think they rendered the Silencer fairly useless, too. When Silencer has to blow Gobo defensively and nothing happens, you're also going to lose. So that's kind of what happened to them. Like, they need to use it to save someone from a lasso or something like that. But right now, it looks like they're going to run at you. They have Warcry, they have Surge, so they're going to have heroes all up in your face all the time. And you need some sort of like a combo breaker, some sort of distance maker in the team fight so that you can create space in between your range heroes and these melee heroes. Or else they're just going to do way too much damage. People are going to flee, people are going to get vacuumed in.
Well, we'll have to watch and wait. And
like BKB Enigma, that's a hero that stops people from running it.
Okay.
It will get destroyed.
What about something like a Wyvern? We've been seeing that happen occasionally. BKB Piercing Disable, good against right-click lineups.
I don't like it because of a Sven. Sven's Warcry renders it very, very useless. You don't really want to rely too much on that. So Clockwork, I think, is more along those veins of, like, you have Cog. Cog causes a lot of issues for the... need a lot of mobility in the team. If you can't bypass the Cogs, you need a Link, and it's going to slow down your game a lot and just overall make maneuvering.
I mean, conceivably, they could still end up doing, you know, another type of big initiation offlaner as well if they wanted to here. Like, we could go back to something like we saw in the first series, a Centaur. Ooh, a DK Taken. More of the same type of style from Virtus Pro. Again, somebody that just slowly whittles people away. Whittles away towers more often than not with his ulti.
Yeah, here you want like heavy magical damage. So like AA I would think would be really good. You have the spell amplify and you have the ulti. However, they already have both their supports most likely. So what other, like, I also think Bat Rider for themselves would actually be pretty good here. To kite the Sven, BKB Piercing Disable, like 0 physical damage coming out from that hero. So very good versus heavy armor. Lineup. Also pure damage is useful. Timbersaw might be worthy of consideration, although it would struggle a lot versus the Disruptor, I would say, game. But good pick. Mason likes Weaver a lot. He plays Juggernaut sometimes. Two heroes are off. Plays Slark, not good. I'm trying to think of any heroes that, because Mason needs a hero right now. They're not gonna get the last pick, so. Okay.
You said that this would be another good thing.
That's fine for them. I'm still worried about Mason's pick though. Like you don't want physical damage. They've already committed very heavy for physical mitigation. Yeah, you're gonna have to deal with BKBs at some point, but you still need some sort of magic damage. I guess Luna's pretty good. I like Luna a lot actually.
That could be pretty interesting. Yeah, it's a decent amount of magical damage there as well.
Mirana might not be that bad too. I like Mirana a lot because it kind of fits their theme, their lineup of keep away with damage from afar ranged match.
He's played Veno a decent amount too. Bristleback is another one, which might not. It's not good against Sven, so
I guess Veno is all right. I think it might just struggle in the. They haven't picked what hero yet. Lil could also be playing Sven. I haven't seen him play support Sven before.
The ultimate, he'd turn it back around on him, think he's going there in the safe, and it's all gone wrong. I mean, Batrider's already a great answer for Sven, so in a carry role, maybe that is the turnaround that they want to do.
Yeah, they typically don't save Lil's hero for last, though.
Well, a lot of time left on the bans for Digital Chaos. What really like messes with their draft? Is there a certain type of hero that does?
Messes with who's?
With DCs, like stopping the pressure that they can throw out, or? Well, I guess it's just going to come out right now, and it's going to be the Lifestealer, another classic, one of his most played heroes.
Lifestealer bad, yeah. He's like all physical. It's tough. Very tough matchup for him.
They have global as well, so it's like great initiation. You know, you jump in there, you global. Maybe you just don't go on the Sven and you try and find pickoffs instead.
Yeah, the thing is he can work out his whole team, and they have Darkseer too. Like Darkseer is really good at like stopping a jump on someone.
Guardian Greaves builder too.
PL has been banned. They do expect the support carry last. I think Slark's actually pretty good. But I'm trying to think of other matches that are good versus Weaver or Batrider. Weaver is also pretty good here. Those two are probably the most common pickups versus Batrider. We see Jug sometimes, but Jug also not bad. I mean, any of those anti-Batrider safe laners seem here.
Yeah, left themselves very open. I mean, that's the thing that's cool about this draft too, is that like it feels like Quap needs to roam around a lot, so DK is going to have pretty free reign to push mid and then eventually take that tower when she leaves. So as long as you pick somebody survivable, they'll be good to go.
Accurate.
Yay!
Who's it going to be? Maybe they want. I think they want more of a melee hero though, because I think when you have Darkseer, you want to make use of the Ion Shell, so heroes that can like get in there, up close, personal. Slark and Jug I would prefer. Also because Jug can build Manta. I think he holds extra value because you are Silencer.
Or like Blink Abyssal late game against Quap too.
Yeah,
that type of style. I like that a lot. Jug sounds great. I mean, Ramses has a huge hero pool though, and it still could be Lil hero.
Could be Troll too. Troll's also pretty. He's not a good matchup versus Batrider, but he owns Lifestealer. Like Lifestealer would be useless, but not so good for. I think Bat's actually the. I think Forev is very proficient.
Oh, VP getting down to the wire here. Maybe not so confident. Maybe it was the PL that they were hoping to take in that last pick. But as it stands, it is instead going to be the Nyx Assassin.
Okay, so they have swapped it up. It will be Ramses, Sven. I mean, Sven, Gary, I suppose. More expected it that it would be Ramses hero last. Wait, that DC banned out last. Pulling the old Swapperoo, the anti-Nyx, and the anti-Quap.
Yeah, that's pretty great, and obviously against the Batrider, it's amazing. I don't know. Do you like the pick? Do you think that they do enough early? Like they have kind of setups for Impale with Glimpse back and stuff, but what's your thoughts? Whose draft do you like more?
Trying to think about it. Like if I didn't see it, I would say if I didn't see the teams, I'd probably like VPs more. I think Lifestealer was gonna struggle a lot with damage. Because of all this armor coming. He's a decent matchup versus Nyx, but he's actually not going to be versus Nyx much of the time. Nyx is a support role. And then Pasha is also going to have a really good time, I think, because how does Silencer zone out a Darkseer? I don't think you can.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be really tough. Well, game number 2 getting ready to begin. DC versus VP. And still the favorites to take this one, I'm assuming for most people all around the world, are VP, who have just proven to be so hard to deal with, and have also put together a really strong draft here in this one. So Bulba, he's going to lay down one of these wards over here to the side. Get a nice little block off on that camp. We will see if they're able to make it happen. Big early movements. Last time around, it was the clockwork that was important to make things happen mid, with the Ogre also babysitting that Viper. Where do you see these supports rotating to and roaming it, or is that even going to happen in this game?
Just babysitting mid?
Yeah.
I don't really think you can roam too much. Disruptor's mediocre at roaming. Nick's Assassin, mediocre too. I think maybe both of them combined, but I think they just want to make sure this Batrider has a really tough game. Like, you don't want him to get BKB this game. Like, you want to prevent that, not at all costs, but you just enough pressure on him in the early game so that you slow down his blink, which will slow down the mid game, and then slow down his BKB.
Okay.
Because the Nyx will destroy them. Nyx and Darkseer. That's a great combo that they have. And on top of that, they have the Disruptor Static Storm. But all of this gets countered by BKB. Ooh, smoke early from Solo to place the Observer Ward in the middle lane. And then perhaps to get that chicken kill. Is he going to be able to do it?
Oh, Dream. This would be such a great way to help out his mid laner. And we'll see if Abed is... Actually, he is bringing something out right now, and they're not going to be fully expecting this. He's going to be going for the block instead on this Queen of Pain. Oh no, the chicken. I think it is going to be going down here if he scouts it out in time, and we'll see if he can get the range on both hits. 1, 2, goes down, and that's a salve as well.
Nice play from Solo. That is some value out of your smoke. I really dislike it when some teams in early game, they don't buy the smoke early, because smokes are so valuable in competitive play, and starting the cooldown immediately at the start is really good, and starting the cooldown at the start and getting a chicken kill and a good Observer Ward down, that's a dream.
Yeah, all the above. No one did get pushed back by the Cogs, which means that he's going to be low on mana through these first couple of waves until he gets that bottle brought all the way out. We'll see if Bulba can get a Courier Snipe too, not likely. But yeah, it is just going to be a little bit pushing back and forth here, as Lil is moved into the mid lane to help out a little bit more.
Well, Abed's lane secured, at least for a little bit. I said that last game, and he got demolished. So let's not jinx Abed.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't good for him last time around. And for Ev, he's also being sort of bullied around a little bit here by Solo. That still are able to keep that Batrider back at least a little bit. And they're keeping the pressure on no one. You know, making sure that even though he's got the help from Lil, it's not the easiest time in the world.
What pressure, says his 8 tangos and 1 self.
Yeah, that's true. He's got a hell of a lot of regen.
That's the way to do it.
Dragon Blood. Okay, so babysitting mid going on. No one actually...
He's fine.
Okay.
He was sacrificing his HP for CS, which is completely fine when you have that much regen.
I always get so nervous when I see those health bars get down low, particularly with the blinking hero like Qual. With only level 2, it would have been pretty big death there, probably jumping into tower range. Pasha able to get a good amount up top as well. 6 CS for him so far in this off lane, and it's not quite the same level of kill potential here as you see in the bottom lane with the Silencer.
Bat's still 1.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That was with Solo starting off in mid lane at the very early levels, which is generally when you would expect him to be able to get level 2, but it's like with that TP down to the bottom lane, he's been doing a very, very good job. Solo
coming in, taking him down. First blood drawn by Ramses. Kinetic Field and Thunderstrike, more than enough to punish that Batrider.
That's one of those weird moments that you actually would have wanted to skill Flame Break instead. He was up in the air. He was flying because of Firefly, but he actually couldn't move at all. He couldn't clip people because of the Kinetic Field. So if he pushes back the spin, maybe he can get a kill. I haven't seen that build before, but I think in this one particular instance, it would have been better.
Okay.
But I don't even know if it's worth the sacrifice not having Firefly at 2, because then he can't even jump, which is what Korev is doing.
That's such a tough lane. And you might even end up seeing one of these other heroes rotating. It looks like Bulba is going to try and do whatever he can in this lane and pick up some levels, which is probably the right thing to be doing. But even he's going to have some trouble as Solo keeps on throwing out that Thunderstrike. Mid lane, it's Abed who's been left kind of completely alone at this point, but he's having a decent time. Although, as I say that, he's going to get caught out. Does have Blink and a salve, but is holding on to it for a moment.
That's right. Not even chance of contesting the 4-minute rune.
Bulba battery assaulted is going to be running down solo at least a little bit for the moment, but with Ferev only level 2, will not have any way to push him back in again. Ramses does have another stun here, and with the kinetic field already laid down, he threw it onto the Batrider, almost can connect onto him. He's so low HP, 35 in fact, but we'll be able to make the escape. Close call.
Yeah, surprised he went pretty bad there, but Ferev has a little bit extra speed.
Well, mid lane, Quap continuing to max out the dagger. I don't know. What do you think about this, since it's kind of no one constantly staying topped off on regen anyways?
Well, then you have zero pressure, and you can't.
I guess so.
The thing is, you can't outlast it Quelling Blade. That's a big problem, I think, of this matchup for him. Like, yeah, you might have equal damage. Dragon Knight actually at 67 and Abed at 78, so Abed has 11 more damage. But with Quelling Blade, no one should generally win out on the CS war. And you need to pressure him somewhat. Bulba coming in. There are a lot of heroes.
Yeah, battery assault pulling him back in there. Although the stun came out, that does mean that no one will escape. With the 2 rotations mid, not bearing fruit for DC.
What a player no one is. How do you not die in that situation? And look at a CS now.
Yeah. They also spotted the smoke movement coming in from Dubu and Bulba, and they're actually going to run right into him. Solo can get the pullback if he wants to. He only has 1 point glimpse, a little bit outside of range, actually. So that does mean that Bulba will make the escape, but now you have the 2 heroes mirroring their rotations, and DC, they're going to end up being pulled back in yet again. Can Ferev stay alive long enough for the rest of his teams to get here and get in range? It looks like the answer is no. The cogs connect onto 2. But that's just going to be more farm for Ramses. They're just not really able to make stuff happen with these heroes like you were talking about. It's kind of hard with them.
And no one is actually just so good, though. Like, his build, I think, at the start, kind of won him this lane. Remember when people always used to just buy, you get pulled a couple of tangos, whatever, and then you bring yourself a self? No one didn't do that. He had 3 sets of regen. So, like, Quap, yeah, you can spend all your mana harassing him, but then no one's going to come out ahead on CS, which is exactly what he did here. That's the thing. This dude is just so experienced in the mid lane that he knows all these matchups inside out. He can go for these different sort of builds, and, I mean, it doesn't sound like that big of a deal, right, having 3 sets of regen at the start, but I think in this particular matchup, especially with the way that it started with Clockwork just manhandling him and burning all his mana away, he should have had a way more difficult time, but right now, whacking on a tower, tower's at half HP. Look at this guy.
Dragon Knight player through and through, making it work, and even forced the Queen of Pain out of lane. So everything coming up right now, Virtus Pro. Is there any lane that's going like really good? The Lifestealer is still getting decent CS for himself. Is that something that is sort of what DC need to fall back upon?
Well, they don't care about him. They have the Dragon Knight armor and they have the Sven armor. So like, yeah, and they have Surge to even kite the open wounds if he even wants to cast it. So I didn't like the pick at the start, and without their other cores doing well, like without the Batrider lasso for the Infest Bomb, how are they going to get kills? And with Queen of Pain not dominating the mid lane, I mean, she's not doing poorly, but I wouldn't say she's doing well. She's kind of in that in-between phase. 5.5 out of 10.
It looks like the Batrider too is trying to go back for the drum, so it's going to be a long time before that Infest Bomb comes out, or at least a brace, going in for the Tranquils. But we'll have to wait and see. About 7.5 minutes in, 2-0 is the score, but it's really the difference in net worth that's pronounced at this point, shooting almost at that 4K mark.
I think also the tower HP too. Like, mid is at half HP, bottom tower is 2/3 HP for Digital Chaos. So they're going to start losing objectives very soon, and they need time. Batrider needs to get his Blink Dagger, and Quap needs any item that she can get. Veil pretty much, I would say, is imperative in this game, actually.
Yeah.
She needs the armor, and they definitely need more magic damage versus this lineup, so yeah.
Well, maybe something can be made of it down here bottom. They're bringing in Bulba. A good Cogs pushback, actually, is going to be able to keep Ferev alive for the moment, and we'll see if they can find any more. Ramses is there as well. He's in the area right now with the battery assault, but they don't quite have level 6 yet on Ferev, only level 4. And so all they can do is keep him alive, while mid lane, more action of Bruin. The catch was almost there. Abed taking the DOT, but it's not enough to kill him off, and he had the 12 stick charges anyways.
Well, I think that might be his lost tower, though.
Yeah. No one gonna push the tempo. He has stick charges too. Could have popped them to pre-fire and maybe push this out a little bit quicker, but they'll still be there in time, I'm pretty sure. They want to come and contest, actually? They'll keep their tower alive for now.
I bet actually didn't go all the way home. Just got a bounty rune.
I used those stick charges too while dropping everything, it looks like.
Excellent. Yeah, he needs to stay around in this mid lane. Tower's at a quarter HP and just constantly going lower. There's still a little bit of time up on Dragonite, but I don't think he's going to be able to get that last hit on the tower. Midas on lifesteal.
Whew. All right. We're doing it. I mean, if you need to catch up, right?
Well, he's not behind.
Yeah.
I think I do like Midas versus the Darkseer. You can just instantly Midas his creep and not have to deal with the Iron Shell with Ice. But it does slow your game pace down, which is already a little bit slow. I guess he's maybe trying to match the timing of the Bat Rider, which is kind of cool. Like, you don't want to go Armland, like, oh, I'm ready to infest, and then Bat Rider's like, I need Blink Dagger in about 1,500 gold, and I'll see you in about 5 minutes. And he's like, okay, well, I could have just farmed for another 5 minutes with my Midas. So, yeah, makes sense.
Okay. We did see... Surge forward, looking for it. Do they realize?
Oh, that would have been... Oh, no! That would have been the Midas, too. That would have been devastating.
Yeah, look at this. They placed down an Observer Ward in the mid lane here to try and see if they could snatch it off, and then over here as well in the jungle. But now, with Mason on top of Pasha, he'll always have Surge to get away, so doesn't really need to be that concerned.
I wonder if they rolled low in their damage.
Maybe, yeah. Oh no, this is going to be Queen of Pain dead most likely. Solo is there, and they pull him back in. They will pop the glyph right now for the tower, but I don't think they have intentions of saving this.
I think so. Don't think you can.
Prev still 1,000 gold away from his Blink Dagger. Like we talked about, the Midas is done for Lifestealer now, so he's going to start to accelerate a little bit more in terms of his gold. And I guess that it is really just waiting for that Blink and Infest Bomb before any type of big play comes out for DC. But is Clockwork, like, I guess the other hero that can maybe find like a wraparound and kill? I don't know. It's tough. I guess that's the problem.
Disruptor is not even vulnerable because he can just glimpse him back.
So what's VP looking to do now then? They've taken the first tower.
Get Nyx 6 is first. Once they get Nyx 6, they can open up the map a little bit more. I would say they can probably make another attempt at the Bat Rider before he gets his Blink Dagger, or they could just farm up with Basket Madness Fit. That's also a pretty good option for them because he is excellent at taking out stacks. And look at his stack. He might be like a 6 stack. Wait, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's only a 4 stack right now. So let's see if he gets a stack off. Definitely not gonna.
4 stack. What are you guys doing? My goodness. Well, he is going to finish it off now, and it looks like they actually didn't keep Nyx around to get those levels. He's down bottom, where a lot of DC is, and Solo actually is going to scout out Dubu, as well as Bulba. The glimpse comes out. He was able to trap him in the Cog Zone with the Flame Break pushback. This might be another +2 for Dubu, and something going right for DC. Much needed.
First kill of the game!
Hey! It's been a really slow-paced one.
Yeah. We have minus one side, a Bat Rider on the same side who doesn't really have any items, and then you have a Sven on the other side, so kind of expected, I would say. But let's see what is going to happen soon. Darkseer has mech, if he wants to buy it right now. Sven doesn't have Blink Dagger, but I say once Sven gets Blink, they can actually start making moves. Dragonite has Armlet completed, so he's good to go. So this is when games start to heat up. Don't you worry, Gabe.
Oh, baby. Well, there's one thing. They already find one kill, and Dubu did end up getting the intel for that, but he's going to pay for it. They find another pick-off here. Ramses with the Echo Saber newly completed. So a 1-for-1 exchange.
I noticed that Ramses really likes the Agi treads. He likes that attack speed over double dipping into the strength for the God Strength. Pretty unusual, but...
Oh, God. Let's see if it pays off here. Abed. Oof. Man, look at how much damage he took. And that wasn't even with God's Strength used. It's just running at him with a stun.
It's making him live a life of fear, man.
I guess there is a little bit of maybe some mentality issues in there as well. You sort of make sure that people know you're always going to be coming at them.
I mean, really, what did they use there? Just wall. Yeah, I don't really think they need walls to win the team fight right now. They're pretty far ahead. So I think it's a good statement to be made.
Yeah.
You also like make them blow shrines when they don't really want to. Like I've been use that top shrine in the fight, or to heal up with that. So would you trade a wall for shrine? That's pretty good.
Yeah. A lot longer cooldown on the shrine, that's for sure.
And the tilt aspect.
There you go. Always underrated. Well, no one DD rune on the Dragonite with that dragon form enabled. The tower did not stand a chance, so 2 tier 1s taken. And still, Sven continues to farm away. Everything is going good for VP here. I don't really see what it is that DC can do until they get those big items up. And
Blake's almost up, though.
They're almost there, yeah.
It's just a problem because they don't have the infrastructure to also deal with the Nyx Assassin. How do you deal with it when your supports are broke, when your cores are broke?
Yeah. Well, and not only that too, but maybe that initiation fully gets turned back around as well with the Nyx Assassin there, and having Spike Carapace to just interrupt Bat Rider.
That would be sick. Okay, here they go. Forev, let's see the smokes. It's time, buddy. It is time.
Well, VP, are they going to put themselves in a position to get picked off too? Because if they're all together, it still feels like this net worth advantage could be kind of hard to deal with. And Pasha does have that mechanism completed, and he is TPing up top. This could be a tough fight for DC nonetheless, in spite of having those initiation items.
They know something's up, though. No one's showing on the map at all. They have pretty deep wards, too, and they use a scan to cover mid. So let's see. Is Lil going to be able to pop the smoke? He actually isn't sure which direction it's coming from, but he knows it's coming from either the north or just south of that.
They're walking forward again. Bulba is there. The smoke breaks at least once. They drop down a ward, and now a sentry as well. So they are going to have eyes on Lil in just a second. We can see if they reveal them there.
Let's look at Bat Rider to go to the top side.
Oh, he's looking, he's waiting. He wants this one badly. No one is going to be there. Abed as well. They jump forward, catch onto him as well. Global follow-up. It's the perfect initiation. Is it the perfect target, though? Can they kill off no one? The answer is yes, and now Ramses left with nowhere more to go. Static Storm is down. VP, they're going forward. Bulba being the one who's going to sacrifice himself slightly. Already taken out again. Another vacuum back in for Rev. Is he going to be able to get out now? They're going to surge away. VP do not want to take this fight if they can avoid it, and Pasha might be the one who gets left behind. Open Wounds is there. Quick couple right clicks and the kill. DC back on the map.
Excellent angle from approaching the Dragon 9 right there. That was really well played by them because they kind of, excuse me, they feigned a maneuver from the south because you saw the Clockwork move up forward to place a ward. So when they're up in that jungle area, you expect him coming from the trees right above him just because it's very unusual for them to be separated that far out. And then what they actually did was, yeah, they feigned the maneuver to the south and they wrapped around north with the lasso, and they weren't actually ready for that. Supports were way too far away. Yeah, they needed to interrupt the Quap combo. You can't stop the lifesteal; he's already raided. So the only thing they can stop is Quap from getting all her spells off. He was able to.
Yeah, and it was enough to blow him up, showing that there's still decent damage on DC when they have all those ultis online. As far as VP is concerned, is that something that you need to be pretty concerned about at this point? Like your Dragonite dying? I didn't quite see what the interaction was with his armlet, if it was on at that time or not, but...
No, he was able to get it off. I think what he might need is a hood or a BKB, which it looks like he's going for. Just some way so he doesn't die in the front line. But the problem is, if he builds tanky, then they'll just go on Ramses. So, what the fake back? Be a shrine?
Maybe. Rev is checking it. They know it's coming. Oh man, if that was so close, so low. He actually does get the glimpse though, and there's the Static Storm, and it pulled the Lifestealer in as well, so he's going to be stuck in this also. And can they catch him out? Can they kill him off? He's going to get the Rage TP away. That would have been huge.
He almost got back. That was so close.
Well, and now taking this fight without Firefly, without Lasso available. A lot harder for DC. They will have hookshot. Maybe Bulba can go for a snipe here. Pasha is trying to be that gatekeeper. Looking for the angle. Lil going for the impale. Pump fakes as well. They might scout him out. They wrap around. Lil is there again to break it out. And Bulba off to the side, jumps in. Can he get it? He's already down. Aegis is on the ground as well, but no one picks it up. And Bulba is going to drop. Sonic Wave comes out as well. They're able to get that lasso down onto one. That's no one still in a little bit of trouble, but do they have enough damage? Dire is here. Abed is out of mana, and Lil able to make the escape. He's back in again for one. That's solo down as well, and no one. Can they kill him off twice? With the surge away, I think the answer is no. But DC, they strike back in a big way.
Still a pretty good fight for them. Nice play by Bulba. He went so far around. He kind of suspected that they might have a ward over there with the way that he was moving. He went so far to the left side, and there were 2 heroes trying to block his hook shot.
Yeah. 2 heroes. That's really impressive, definitely.
Yeah, that was a very nice play from Bulba. Set it all up.
Oh, Lil actually getting slowed down by the ghost there for a second.
He has Blink Dagger already? And Arcanes?
He had that for the Roche fight.
Yeah, oh my goodness, his farm. He did get a solo pick on that.
Oh, Pasha trying to run away from there. Can he make his escape? Bulba's chasing him down pretty swift, pretty quick, and is going to be able to catch him. Push back. VP losing another. Never mind. Ramses comes in mad as hell and takes him down. Oh, man. That's a pretty big guy.
Hello, Mech.
Oh, it was looking so good for a second there. But Sven hit very hard. 10,000 net worth on him. Has that Blink Dagger done, and well, about halfway to the BKB as well.
BKB's going to be an issue. A big issue, I would say.
It looks like Abed actually is going to be going for the BKB as well, and Solo pulls him back in for the Static Storm. Can they get the rest of these heroes here in time? Ramsey shows up, blinks in. Do they have the counterplay, though? It's actually going to be Forev lassoing Ramses, trying to make sure he escapes, and he's getting pretty aggressive. Is going to be pulled back in. A vacuum and a stun from no one. Forev still able to live for this for the moment, but no, in the end, that Thunderstrike was too much.
The end.
End. Yeah, it keeps on being like these very scrappy little engagements, and it always feels like Virtus Pro maybe a little bit more mobility, maybe a little bit more, just like you were saying, ability to turn a fight around with like that Dark Seer and mechanism and vacuum and all that.
BKB number 1.
So how big of an issue is this? What's the sort of order of operations of the fight now? Like it's still going to be no one like sieging the tower, right?
The order it'll be similar, except DC are going to try to kill them before they get their BKBs off, and VP's going to try and stop them from killing them before their BKBs off. Like drop Static Storm, drop your do the counter initiation with Vacuum Wall. So I am skeptical of DC's chances to actually kill them before the BKB comes out, especially if Warcry's up. I think that top fight, something smart that Ramses did also was pre-cast the Warcry. Normally you cast it reactively because it's not that high uptime. Oh, Lil.
Again, really good fight. Smoke. But pre-casting the Warcry, making sure that the fight would go well with high armor on all their heroes.
Yeah, before the lasso comes out. That's the important part. If you don't get your spells off before lasso, you're just going to die. Especially, your armor, it's not like passive.
Oh, nice hook there. Able to thread the needle and make his way around the Batrider. So no one going to be pulled in again for the moment. They do have Lil in the area. Pump faking that, and the BKB finally comes out, as well as the surge away. So one charge of it down.
You could tell that he didn't want to pop it. It's like, I don't want to pop it. I don't want to pop it. Like, okay, I'd rather pop it than be dead. Which is the right mentality.
Do you like the Deso pickup for Lifestealer as well? Sort of the answer to the Warcry in a lot of ways.
He's still well in the positives though with Warcry. Warcry has 20 armor. Deso not even that. So it does help with killing the supports, and it does help bursting them in that time frame before they pop BKB. I think that's the most important part about Deso.
You also have Dubu, who's picked up a medallion, so there's more minus armor here to try and at least make things slightly better. But again, making all of that happen onto one hero, it feels like you're investing a lot into them, and if it doesn't work, then the rest of the team fight's just over.
Yes.
But Yeah, how do you need to sort of wait for like that next Aegis to come back around for VP now, or what's you still think they feel pretty comfortable just pushing down each of these lanes?
Just push down each of these lanes and let Nixu's not died yet this game. So that he's doing exactly what he needs to do. He's moving around the map elusively, popping smokes, getting vision on heroes, getting easy solo pickoffs when he can, and just setting up generally very well for his team. And Lil is, I would say, probably the most important player for their team right now. Like him being able to make sure that his cores get farmed by where he leads. Like look at where he's scouting right now. He's like out in the back looking for a potential wraparound angle from the lasso and the lifestealer bomb that they've been doing. But now he says, okay, DC are just a bunch of wusses. They're going to stand inside the base because they don't want to lose a game right now. And VP are like, okay, well, we need to get more advantage. While they're still stuck in there. But he's scouting out from the potential wraparound angles from DZ because the fight could go really well for them. Blink lasso into tons of bursts, like from Quap, before the BKBs pop off. That's the dream. But if he gets his eyes on the Queen of Pain, or it stuns her before her BKB, let's say, or if he gets his eyes on the Bat Rider, the fight could go so well for him.
Global comes out. Oh, Bulba the hook shot in the perfect timing. They're able to find those two heroes, and Ramsey's waiting to jump back in the vacuum wall. The stun's there a little bit late. He's actually able to find the lasso for Rev, making the plays to keep his team alive. If they win it, this would be such a big combo for them. Mason is going to be dropped down, though. And Abed managing to get out for the moment. Can he escape Pasha? It looks like the answer is yes. That could have gone so much worse for DC.
Well, their cores were sitting back. That's the thing. They almost set up with a big Darkseer's vacuum wall and Storm Bolt combo. That was really close, but Forev was even on the lookout for it. He lassoed the Sven immediately as soon as he blinked in. But still, they had to blow, what, 2 ultimates, I think, at the start to kill those 2 supports, which was pretty good, but they still did get some spells off.
It was also a disruptor buyback in the midst of that. Yep. So,
Solo does that a lot, but that's fine. He has GPM talent. Whatevs.
Nice. Good stuff. Yeah, it did show again also the power of Darkseer Greaves in that, being able to get out of the global and then return the damage in kind, get the turnaround happening. BKB charges down to 8 seconds here as well. When those charges do start to get down to the 5-second mark, is that something to be pretty concerned about for Virtus Pro, or is it like enough burst damage that it doesn't really matter?
If Quap gets bigger, it's a problem. She's the one that can actually kite them. Okay. But right now, she's not big enough to really matter that much. He can still kill people in 5 seconds, that's for sure.
Chase was coming from low. Still aren't really able to do much more than take down those tier 2s. Roche respawning in 2.5 minutes now, so a relatively long respawn time. What you said when Quap gets big, like, is it we're waiting for Shiva's guard, or is it like this Lincoln sphere that's enough? Does she need to actually like output a lot of damage, or just stay alive for a long time in the fights? That's the bigger concern.
She just needs to be threatening. Threatening means killing people before BKB, or being able to blink on the back lines and kill the disruptor in the Nyx without being able to do it, without having to expend that many spells. Like, there's many ways she can be threatening. She can hit level 25 and just be a tank. That's also a pretty good way to be threatening as Queen of Pain. So yeah, annihilating the supports, or just being unkillable while doing enough damage, which is 25, or like, if she gets like a Scythe or something like that, or Orchid, they can kill the Nyx very fast. If she gets a Lincolns, she doesn't have to worry about these 2 targeted stuns coming out from the Sven and the Dragon Knife. Yeah. Look at Lil, he's right there again. He just knows exactly where they're coming from.
He also scouted out that the ward just got taken there, so they realized they're all in that spot, and well, they might be actually going for this. No one with the Hasterin is walking in. Dubu not going to get caught there. And it looks like the rest of DC retreating back home. Make sure that they're all fine and dandy.
They think that Roche is up right now, though. Or it could be up. VP are playing.
Yeah, I guess that's the nice part about Clockwork, too. Making that scout happen constantly. And this is leaving a good amount of room for Abed to also farm up and the lane push. How close is that lifestealer to the AC? He's only 1,400 gold away.
Yeah, he's actually starting to hit pretty hard. His Midas has paid off for him, I would say. It's been a relatively slower game for him, so he hasn't like died. Like there wouldn't have been a fight where if he went another item instead of Midas, they would have won the fight. I think that's kind of the ultimate test for the Midas. It's not how many times you used it, or if it paid for itself back in whatever amount of uses or whatever amount of time. It's would you have won a fight, a big team fight, with a different item instead of Midas? Okay. And he's passed that test. Midas test. That sounds like some sort of chemistry thing.
I love that.
Will it turn to gold if I touch it?
Well, certainly not turning to gold right now is going to be Silencer brought down. He
gold
is
for
dead.
another team.
That's true.
He passed the Midas test.
The chemistry Midas test to the Silencer. He actually doesn't have buyback. So now your tier 3 tower is starting to get hit as DC. Scary stuff indeed. They're going to TP back with the Lifestealer as well. And it looks like VP going to be more content to just go take down Roche and not push the envelope.
So they only use Dragon form, but it'll still be up for a pretty long time. So pretty much everything up on both sides. Oh, oh, wait, they just used Godstrength for Roche. So here they go.
That just got scouted out as well. Dubu's in the area. They have Global as well. Rev walking forward. They get the stun, though. There's the Global Silence that comes out to try and turn it back around. Bulba hook shots in, able to catch onto Woden. Rev is going to eventually be brought back down, and now Ramsey's hitting hard on top of all of these heroes from the Dire. DC is going to drop the blink away. We'll keep that Quap alive for the moment. 4 other heroes dead for DC. Great fight for VP.
Pacha got all his spells off, and no one. Great blink there to get that stun on the Batrider. Again, you see the problems with Batrider not having BKB. They had that great early game preventing him from getting his BKB. You can see it on his quick buy next, but it's 30 minutes in. It's about the time that you want to have a BKB. But instead, he has, like, look how slowly he, like, went into the fight. He was, like, super scared. Nyx could have been on top of him. He could have gotten blink stunned. He could have gotten glimpsed back. He could have gotten vacuumed even. Like, all these things are just so problematic for the Batrider when he doesn't have a BKB.
Yeah. It really is tough, and that's why it was such a great last pick of that Nyx Assassin. Man, and I'm sort of struggling now to figure out, like, where's this next item that you're going to be getting, because, like, DK is going to have a Halberd, and now you also don't have, like, the right clicks from the Lifestealer as much that's going to make the difference if it's, like, a 5-on-5.
Well, the ACs cancel out by Sven's AC.
Yeah, that too. Well, Shiva's Guard for the Quap.
Quap 25 is the next stage.
Okay.
Then they can outlast the BKB. Right now they can't. Like, their whole team just got slaughtered inside the BKB. So get the 25 on Quap. Try and survive until then. But it looks like the high ground push is coming right now. They have to deal with this. So lassoing into the T4s is generally the play, but I actually think they have enough armor that might not even be enough.
300 health talent as well for DK. Didn't go for the GPM. A signal that they want to try and end this game right now. They've already thrown the medallion on him. The wraparound call has come. Can they actually even do anything to this DK? And if they drop everything on the Aegis, what's left afterwards? Bulba, Rev looking for that opening. They want to try and separate, make sure that that Static Storm doesn't come out, and they have caught the Disruptor. No one manning up against Mason. He jumps inside of a creep, keeping himself away for the moment. Sonic Wave is already out as well from Abed. Is he going to end up dropping down? Already so low, but the blink away does come, and no one starting to fall as well. Bulba is keeping that little bit of distance. He was disarmed for the moment, the Lifestealer, but now he's turning to fight, trying to bring down Ramses, trying to see if they can finally find something for themselves, and in fact, it is going to maybe be him dying. He is going to instead take down Bulba from the right clicks. No one's back up. The Impale comes through. VP making it happen, but they have lost 3 as well. We'll see if DC can clean up here at the very end as Nyx Assassin. Yule Scepter to keep himself alive. No one turns. He's still hard to kill off. Well, it looks like is going to get the TP out.
Wow, how do they not lose additional heroes there? They did have the cheese, but it was on the Darks here, not the Sven. So Sven had no Aegis and no cheese, and he actually was caught in a really bad place because of where Disruptor is. They went in to try and save him, but not enough. Not enough items right there. A cheese pop would have maybe even been like 2 sets of Rex right there.
It sort of had that feel of a fight that was teetering on the edge of just like swinging one way or the other, and they kind of ended up, I mean, obviously a DC big win, taking down the Sven, but still they did end up losing the range racks. About as best you could hope though, right?
Yeah, they had to use a lot of their shrines, and they were fighting right underneath the shrine. So Quap survived that fight too. That's pretty important for her, that she was able to blink in and survive until her next game. That's very bold, and she does have a lot of armor, but Sven is mega far from
Pasha there, trying to catch the Bat Rider, but doesn't end up happening. Solo and No One together on a warding mission. They'll maintain some good vision. And with no Aegis, I mean, VP, do they take time to have a little bit of pause and get into their next items, or you just go again?
Shrines first.
Okay.
Yeah, their BKBs are getting a little dangerously low. You mentioned earlier whether or not it would be an issue. And it will be an issue if Quap continues to scale. Quap, surprisingly, has only died one time this game up on Abed, but he's still quite a bit of ways from level 25.
Well, take a look. Like you said, those shrines are fallen. There's actually no one right in front, and he is going to go for the stun immediately. Dubu is here as well. The global comes out, and actually the turnaround, they have lifesteal here as well. Bulba's able to separate them on the other side, and it's actually going to be Disruptor dropping the Static Storm onto a BKB'd Abed. He's alive for the moment. Lifesteal is still being contained, though. Can he get away? It's not going to happen. Forev is going to fall also. They do have buybacks if they want to use them. I don't know if VP want to push the envelope. Actually going to jump forward and catch Quap. Is the stun going to be enough? No. Quap is able to blink away. And Cheese Eaten, that's the play now. They want to make sure that they take this other lane of barracks, rather the melee barracks. Buyback. Boba, hook shot on cooldown, 20 seconds. And no way for him to get there, so they force the buyback on the Bat Rider. And then retreat back home.
Oh no. Dreams of a BKB.
Cheese for a buyback on Bat Rider, that's pretty worth it, yeah?
I'd rather have BKB than neither of those.
Okay.
So I don't think worth it. That was a bait by them. They thought they could kill the Quap because they have a lot of stun. They just had a simple 4-step, I guess, and global stun really prevent that from happening. And Sven was attacking the shrine, which DC were well aware of.
Right. Dubu now has been able to build into a full Solar Crest also, which I don't think there is an answer for at this point. Abed, they're waiting. The stun comes out. I don't think that they can kill here. Maybe with actually the DK showing up, but no, Abed's just going to pop BKB and blink away. Safe play.
Speaking of 5-second BKBs.
We'll have that Maelstrom at least. You said still no death. I mean, the next Roshan, if you don't end the game there, is that where things get a little bit testy for VP, or are they going to be pretty comfortable fighting even into the late game?
I think fairly comfortable. They still have room to grow on the DK. DK's 25 is also really, really good. But they are looking to end the game right now. As you mentioned, with the health talent versus the GPM, you know they're going to try to end the game very quickly.
This is pretty big. DC knew that they were there. They dropped this ward down in vision of the sentry. And so they were able to stay back, make sure they didn't get picked off. No one gets open wounds, but no damage dealt, so we can blink away. Power still, or rather, Barrick still standing. A good stun comes out, breaking it out. Bulba jumps in as well. He's in a little bit of trouble. Abed's jumped into everybody, and, well, might need to blink away in a second since he's already being slowed down. They don't find the secondary stun. No way to do it through that BKB.
I think that was a big mistake by Mason. He didn't kill the Observer Ward with a Rage. That Observer Ward gave no one the vision to stun him as he blinked in.
Oh, no, and now a triple kill for Ramses. Yeah, they're just blowing him up, and with no buybacks online, what was looking like on the verge of a comeback has been crashed back to reality. 16,000 net worth lead in Griming as it's a second lane of barracks and maybe even a third.
Better game for them this game. One of the problems with playing as VP, you don't exactly know what heroes are in what positions. The last pick Nyx did render this Bat Rider fairly useless. I would say even more than Carapace, it was his vendetta, just running around, popping the smokes, making the fights incredibly difficult for DC to take. Also, it ruined the early pick Quap. So nice switch up for Virtus Pro, and of course, solid play from their cores. I would say Ramses in particular, I think, played very well, and no one too. No one had his tower sieging tactics were spot on.
I want to see if he keeps playing heroes like that throughout the tournament.
That dude can play like 80.
Heroes?
Yeah, that's the cool thing is like if this is what they think
fantastic
is the best, or
very good against Lina and Lich.
Switching around. But that's going to do it for us on this stream. At least next up, it's going to be LGD versus Empire. VP will be playing a little bit later on today versus Execration on this same.
Fight doesn't really care. Lich and Earth Spirit are not the greatest heroes for pulling wave. In fact, that's actually been one of the big things people have pointed out about Lich, the fact that he drags the creep wave back onto his tower. There's less defense when he sacrifices.
Yep.
So maybe that's when Pugna turns this into a push game.
Now the downside for OG is that both of their cores are fragile, low HP end heroes, and Cloud9 can try to abuse that with the right offlane pick. I'm trying to think of what is available to them. So Nyx would have been fantastic. Antimage as a carry would have been fantastic, but he's banned and they have Jugger. But there has to be something in the pool here for them that really deals with these int heroes well in the offlane. I don't think Nyx is the only choice. There's plenty of heroes that can like just burst and kill them off. I was thinking Puck could be a choice. Actually sets up and rounds up their lineup very nicely, but he's not the best against Pugna. Timbersaw, okay. So I think instead we're going to see the approach here from Cloud9 that they're trying to enforce a Timber versus Axe matchup. And then they will do something pseudo aggro again, maybe the Lich Jugger. Love, by the way, how there's 2 of every hero. Is that just on my screen?
It's just on your screen.
I have 2 of every hero.
You're right, they're warping in and out.
Models are like on top of each other. Okay. But yeah, Timber versus Axe matchup is... Actually, if it's one-on-one in isolation, it's a pretty even matchup in the beginning, but then Timber generally takes over. Unless Axe gets very good spins in the start. And then the other lanes, we will see that Lich Jugger could go aggro again. I think it's totally playable, this game especially. And then they can target the Invoker really hard because their safe lane is freed up. If Earth Spirit and Lich can both leave the safe lane alone, they can shut down Ana a lot harder than in last game. And Invoker, yes, he can come back like TA can, but it's a different curve. It's not like that. You just farm 2 stacks of triple Ancients and you're back in the game. If Invoker is destroyed in lane and gets a couple of deaths, it takes longer.
Yeah.
And OG's lineup doesn't seem like the best to like make the space for him to come back. But we'll see how it goes down. I really like this draft. To me, this is a very unpredictable game with a lot of like X factors. Mainly, I think heroes to watch out for will be and the Axe. And 2 things for the Axe. 1, will he get good blink calls? 2, will he get to play Dota? The other, is he actually... If Axe has a miserable lane, if he has a very, very hard time, it takes so long to come back sometimes. Sometimes you miss the timing window of the hero that he's looking. A lot of it comes down to whether they get the lanes they want. So let's see. Maybe they even put the Timber off lane at the try lane the Axe for that reason, that they want Axe to be shut down really hard. Who knows?
Well, early vision up. We'll see where everyone's going to go. So it is going to be No-Tail into the safe lane. Flies hovering around mid with just Obs and Sentry, but you also notice the aggressive wards out from Cloud9. They smoked, they got out early. OG have no idea about this, so they're watching the ward, the rune, the bounty rune up on the top, keeping that eyes very closely on that, and then the other one's into mid. So they're wanting to focus on the rotations off the top lane from OG, as well as give any kind of advantage into the mid lane that allows Fada to win that. And OG's vision is also more towards the bottom lane rotation. They haven't put down their second Obs just yet, so we'll have to keep an eye on Fly to see where he believes.
Yep. I love this Phoenix.
What's he got on?
Vermilion Crucible.
The battle begins.
It sure ain't no shovel and triangle hat, that's for sure.
It was an ore. It was an ore.
Keep telling yourself that.
I actually asked a bigger question. Why does an egg have a model which looks more like a bear? When you click on the item they actually have, it looks more...
How does that look like a bear?
That was a bear. What? Look, right there. The model modifier is a bear.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you meant the model itself looked like a bear. I was like, how do you see a bear in this lava egg? All right, let's look toward mid. Notice happening. Tri-lane bots in the start. Oh. Jarek's still playing the old patch, so those shards would have been perfect, but this time they are a little short.
But thanks to the Observer, what they've got planted down, they understand that Fada is alone here. And they didn't de-ward the ops. So Jirax and Ana, yeah, they've revealed themselves, but Fly was keeping himself pretty well secret on the other side. That won't last much longer. He's already bailing out. And AUI is looking for a possibility onto Notel. Walks up, rolling boulder forward, MSS. He's only got reactive armor. There's no damage he can give to help kill off Notel. And Notel will have to burn the salve.
He has to salve and 8 tangos on safe lane Pugna. So he has plenty of sustain for now to stay against the lane. He's going to buy the magic stick.
I think he also understands the fact that his support's going to be busy elsewhere. Yeah. Rolling boulders coming in once more. AUI really trying to get through Notel. There is, again, no level 2 on MSS. No Timber Chain or no Whirling Death.
And Notel actually has higher movement speed than Timber, even under Orb of Venom, because Pugna's base move speed is 335 and Timber's is 290. So he can't catch up when the roll ends. Yeah, good roll again from AUI, though. This time he has the stun. He's going to kill him.
Oh, with the kick, Icarus dive. It takes too long from Fly. He didn't actually have sprites to give either. And now MSS will move in closer. This happened also because the pull happened. So there was no wave for Notel. Fly is running away from MSS. Whirling Death, and one more punch will do the work. And Cloud9 get 2 kills on their top lane.
That one coming, but that's what you can. Oh, nice steal from AUI as well.
They didn't have an Earth Spirit player, is what we thought.
I mean, he may have played a game or two. I don't remember. It's not a hero I connect with this player.
Yeah, we always think of techies when it comes to AUI.
I don't think of techies at all.
I think of him every day.
Yeah.
I think of that game you had to cast
miserable
in Frankfurt.
Yeah.
Techies, just, if you ever want a analyst to cast a fantastic game they feel really simulated with, get them to cast a Techies game. Nice double light strike array in the middle from Fada, keeping Ana and Jirax out. And once again, yeah, maybe Jirax didn't get the patch note memo. Pushes them away with the ice shards once more.
So just to explain how this works, when you use ice shards now, where you target it is where the back wall of the shards end up. In the past, where you target it was where the center of the half circle would be that the shards form. So that means you need to cast it further back now if you haven't played Tusk for a while. I'm pretty sure Jirax has played Tusk for a while. I don't think it's just randomly picking it down. He hasn't played it for like 3 patches, but it's kind of funny in some games that you watch. It's just like the Tusk just needs 30 minutes to adapt. Because you can just tell he hasn't played Tusk for like 2 months. Not in pro games, however, but you know.
I don't think Jirax would have too many problems with that, but it'll be changing a muscle reflex, mate.
Pretty much. It's just you just need to convince your brain that it's wrong for the first part of the game, and then it's like fixed after that. Nice dodge of the stun there by Jirax.
He's creating space more than anything else. We talked about like the issues for Ana potentially getting ganked. Yeah, the top lane's died. Notel, you can see.
Oh, those were good though. That was really good shards. Counterplay from AUI.
Boulder. AUI got the double kick onto Ana as well as Jirax. Jirax has a snowball available. Ana trying to get out of this one. The Light Strike Ray will connect. Fada staying right on his tail with the 1 charges and the cross. The Slave will be able to reach him just on the tip. Ana will fall down. Fada wants a little bit more, but doesn't have the damage to kill off Jirax.
I'm actually very surprised the CS in the mid is the way it is. Like, even with both Tusk and I guess Tusk started.
Oh, Jirax, no. Wait, hang on. Is he gonna?
He's fine.
Okay. It's because Fada got himself an Invisor, and I thought Jirax was gonna tank and farm a little bit for just a second longer. Fly's getting. Okay, MSS, don't try and attack.
But yeah, this is basically the trade-off we had in the start, was that the Tusk was targeting mid a lot and Earth Spirit was targeting top in the start, so Fata fell behind a little bit on CS because he was getting targeted harder in that sense. But, you know, generally when you watch this matchup, it's the Lina that's ahead over the Invoker. And he is ahead on levels. It looks like the Invoker's doing well here because he's 6 CS up, but Fata almost has a full level advantage here after that kill. And that can very quickly snowball in this mid lane. We're going to roll in with AUI. Will be dodged.
And this time Ana actually got a little bit of vision thanks to the Obs ward, but...
He's still going to die.
Yeah, he's got a couple of 1 charges up his sleeve, and with the Cold Snap and the Ice Wall...
Oh, he missed!
Oh, he's going to... Oh, no! Oh, the Slave is a little bit off to the right!
Oh, Ana is so good. I think Fata's a bit triggered now. That is so... Oh, my God. It's like, it's one thing that you miss, but you feel like that attack didn't miss because you know, You fired it and you didn't see the mistext until the attack actually misses.
Oh, AUI. He just tried to rolling boulder away. He'll still get the double kick, however. Jirax and Fly hot in the tails. There goes the Shaz, and AUI is actually pinned. He cannot get out. He is another block in Jirax's igloo.
Those kind of things, I can't state enough how much it actually matters that this kill mid doesn't happen. If this kill happens and they do it successfully, Earth Spirit might not be moving there. Fata would have been level 6 way earlier, and he used all of his mana to not get the kill. So, like this mid lane now, where they're both pretty much level 6, would have been maybe an almost level 7 Lina and a level 5 Invoker. And that is really
going again.
Now instead there's plays available. Very nice by Jerax.
You want to tilt somebody, this is one way to do it. Snowball forward, Fada able to get the able to get Cole snapped up. Anna with the extra help of Fly. The Light Strike Array is actually going to get him with the slave. Fada, turn your frown upside down. They'll get both the Fire Rat as well as the Master of Magic.
Alright, never mind.
And Envy's going to go for the solo kill on bottom. He can consume Mango and go for the Omni Slash, but decides against it against S4. Okay, he still he consumed the Mango.
So right after OG got out of jail in mid, they go for a 3-man gank and die 2. So now mid lane is back to what we were expecting it to be. Like. But chaotic.
Everything in the world is back to where it should. Wait. S4 trying to bait with a huge cleaver. It's not like they're going to see your animation. Envy spins and then just backs out.
S4 is getting some pretty good farm. This lane is not that easy for the X. Playing against Juggernaut, not the easiest thing ever. Of course, Envy, miles ahead.
Yeah, all 3 cores of Cloud9 are miles ahead. They have the top 3 net worths on the board at the moment. 3-2, 3-1, and just shy of 2-7. And the highest you have is Anna. Actually, I take that back. Now it's actually Axe. He's just ahead at 2.5. Notel rolling boulder forward, gonna miss his target. Jirax is nearby, so they shard up. Again, not able to block MSS, but they interrupt his Timber Chain out. So Notail moves in with more Nether Blast, but the damage isn't enough. The Sunstrike, MSS decides to be aggressive, turns around for the fight. Even AUI unintentionally kicking Fly in with the rock, so they'll lose the Pugner. And Cloud9 running forward, MSS having to dodge sprites. But I don't think he really cares that much. He's still taking him to survive.
And a sentry mid. This could be a really big kill. He can kill him almost on his own. AUI comes in.
Yeah, rolling boulder into spin.
Oh, they don't have. He doesn't have any stones.
Does he go up?
He had no stones left.
They see him. They see him. They see him. He's in the sentry. He's in the sentry. He's out of the sentry.
Close call.
Vision game.
That could have been very different if AUI had 1 stone, but he has used all of his stone. He's been in so many plays that his stone economy right now needs a bit of time to build up again. If there was a silence there, so Invoker couldn't go Ghost Walk or a stun, they could have maybe killed him there, but Ana gets out again.
So is this when we say it's a 2-2? Ana is 2, Cloud9 is 2? And as mentioned, dodged the gank a couple of times. MSS, nice chain. That snowball's going to go in deep. And the stun rate damage, Jirax doesn't reach him. MSS just chains further and further away. OG really wanting the kill on that off-lane Timbersaw.
Not get it. Now, mid lane pressure will be applied with this rotation of heroes. Actually, wait, how did that happen? S4 just solo killed Lich with Axe. Not exactly the lane I was looking at. This was a very unlikely play, I think.
Just S4 things.
He might have caught him on the way out of the shop, or maybe Pi was just a bit out of position there.
Jirax is coming in towards the mid. They're trying to stop Eternal Envy and AUI from just taking the tower, so Jirax will take the creep wave away from the tower, rolling boulder, dodged by Jirax. See it coming from a mile away, and then rolling boulders to the range creep under the tower. Sunray's out, Jirax doesn't have enough life to survive that. AUI trying to help out with a kick, now into the Omni Slash. Anna, the Sunstrike's in a good position. Eternal Envy sharing the burden with his creep wave. But the burden is too much. Envy will die underneath the tier 1 tower. Notel joins the fight, but he doesn't have the mana. Even with the Soul Ring and 1 charge, there's not enough to give. And Fada has Laguna Blade. Notel knows he has to give that respect.
He could easily get caught by a roll here. Still only 1 stone now on AUI, but these heroes of OG are very low. And at the same time, there was a kill top, right? Or was that bottom? MSS killed S4, so the Timber rotated down and got a very nice kill there, of course.
It looks like he was creep skipping.
Yep. About right.
That's a nice observer ward to have for OG. They now see 4 heroes from Cloud9 in the mid lane. Like, Phoenix can probably just, like, Sunray and slow this down. Speaking of, yet again, another kill in bottom lane that we get to miss, it's N0tail solo killing MSS.
There's so much stuff going on in this game that is, like, all of these solo kills and weird ganks that are happening is very active and very unpredictable.
Well, you're expecting the fight to happen in mid, like Cloud9 are pushing to push it, and then N0tail just walks down and realizes he's more powerful than the Timber will ever be. And Anna's going to join him. They want to try and force this. Like, Fada is nearby. N0tail is just so juicy. You want to go for him. And AUI, rolling ball forward, Anna.
Oh, they still don't have dust.
No reveal.
This already happened once before now for AUI. Really needs to
they found another one. N0tail. He's decrepifying, but then the Blade Fury's doing more work. Netherwater's down. Eternal Envy doesn't have Omni Slash, and right now, the silence! Pugna couldn't drain out of him enough. The healing ward will die. MSS will jump in. They can at least farm the Nether ward.
20 gold. Yeah!
Critical.
Who cares about the Pugna kill if we can get 20 gold for a 3-hero rotation?
I had actually 5 heroes in the bottom part at the end of all of that.
More or less.
OG rotated 2 down for that.
It feels like the game is stabilizing a little bit now with the way heroes are moving around. I think the main thing to keep an eye on right now is the fact that everyone has their ultimate apart from the Tusk. Tusk is a bit far behind here, but the rest of the heroes are definitely able to team fight, so we're probably going to be looking a bit more towards, like, the heroes will come together more now. S4 has his Blink Dagger, and then this Phoenix ulti, this is the time to go, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. So here comes the smoke.
The Dire just scanned and they got a positive ping on AUI moving up. So either they'll know it's a ward or they'll believe they're being swarmed in from around the back. And in fact, that's the line that was drawn in by Fly. He was actually thinking that people were doing the old wraparound.
This kill on N0tail would be very, very good for Cloud9. It's going to give them a tower as well, but N0tail reads it perfectly. Dodges around the long way and gets this tower.
Too many players missing.
Yep.
No one's pressuring the mid anymore. There's a bottom lane that's not taking any level of farm. Like, compared to game 1, these lanes have practically been a ghost town for the amount of people spending time in them, like farming them up. Everyone's rotating with multiple numbers to take the fights. And OG, they are here. They're here in force. Quick little sigil. MV starts his spin. He may have actually really wanted to have that in a bit, but Jirax throws the shards out. They'll be pushed a little bit higher. Piladai, he's got that Chain Frost available. Sunray is out. Here comes Piladai. Chain Frost up. Icarus dives. Can take it up, down, and around. And the snowball, it never bounces. The Omni Slash, it goes on top of S4. Envy starting off his spin. S4 doesn't have the life to survive through this. Maybe now he does. Able to get the call and the dunk. The bonus move speed. Getting Jirax to get away. And the blink from S4 to the trees. The bonuses allow them to escape the Timber Saw and get a 1-for-1 trade-off. They did still lose N0tail, who was trying to battle the back lines. Jirax, okay, maybe not out scot-free. Chipper chain up, Jirax, snowball dodges straight through the middle of the chain. Chakram is back up for MSS. Chains forward, Chakram's down, Jirax, Mr. Michael Flatley right now, Lord of the Tusk. Dodging the attacks perfectly.
Very nice footwork by OG.